As well as the standard fair use policy, this video is protected under the Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1787.
Moors are awake. We are taking our place on this planet.
Islam Moors.
My nationality is Moorish.
Intense 9-hour standoff with a posse of heavily armed men ends with their arrest, but only after I-95 was shut down in both directions, while some of the suspects scattered into the woods. 11 men are now in custody, all members of a group calling itself Rise of the Moors. Good evening to you. I'm Ken McLeod. It began when a state trooper spotted them on the roadside in Wakefield in the middle of the night wearing tactical military gear and saying they were on their way to Maine for a weekend of training.
Many months later.
Hear ye, all present ready to put article, Judge Cleveland. Justice of Superior Court, now sitting movement for transaction of criminal business. Draw near, the defendant shall be heard. Cause him to come up from Massachusetts. May be seated. For now session.
Good morning, members of the jury. I hope everybody enjoyed the beautiful weather this weekend. Let me ask you, has each of you been able to comply with the instructions that I reminded you of at the end of the court day on Thursday? Okay. Couple of logistical notes. I had a chance to speak with lawyers this morning. And what they're telling me is that the expectation at this point is that we will finish, you should, and this is just an estimate, so they're thinking at this point that it's likely that you'll finish hearing evidence by the end of next Tuesday, and therefore you will then begin your deliberations either next Tuesday or next Wednesday. The thing is, you can never say how long deliberations will take, but for anybody who's sort of wanting to know the status, that's estimate, which means that we're on schedule, maybe even slightly ahead of the longest schedule for you. But people might have their sense of here. Remember, tomorrow we are not sitting, so you have a day off tomorrow. On Wednesday, it's likely that we're going to finish a little on the early side, probably around 3 o'clock, so you'll have extended afternoon of Wednesday, and then bear in mind if you don't sit on Fridays. So for this week, we have an interrupted week with no court tomorrow, slightly early dismissal on Wednesday, and then the usual no if you don't sit on Friday. Okay. And I think where we were, we had left off with Trooper Casey, and it was Ray Sort Combs' opportunity to cross-examine Trooper Casey on behalf of Mr. Lucia. So, Ray Sort Combs, you're right.
Morning, Trooper. Morning. It's been a couple of days since we were here, but I'm going to try to just pick back up where we left off, okay? And I'm going to start by asking a couple of questions about the people that you interacted with when you were on the side of the highway that early morning on July 3rd, okay? So you can just bear with me for a moment. Okay, I have just put up on the projector what was marked on Thursday as Exhibit 11. Can you see that, or do you want to step down to see it?
Yeah. So I don't know whether you know how to do this, but that screenshot might give you a problem. Very technical solution, like PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thanks. So feel free. Oh, does that help your?
Good. Okay.
Okay, great. So this is what was previously marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize this as a still from your body-worn camera from July 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to go over with you who the people were that you interacted with. So I'm pointing to the individual in the center of the photo whose body is most visible. You identified that person as Mr. Abdullah Bey, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then to the left of Mr. Abdullah Bey, there's an individual wearing a black ski mask, right?
Yeah.
And that person you identified as being Saki, right?
Yes.
And that's a black male? Okay. And then to the right of Mr. Abdullah Bey, there's another man who you referred to as having a buzz cut. Is that right?
Yes.
I think you also use the term whipple.
Whipple, yeah.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that term. Is that just another term for buzz cut?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he had glasses?
Yes.
And that he appeared to be Hispanic?
The lighter skin.
Okay. And then the last person in that photo to the right of the individual we were just speaking about, you referred to as the tall person, right?
Yes.
And you also identified him as Mr. Aaron Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm now putting up on the screen what was previously marked as Exhibit 8. And this individual you identified as somebody you spoke to when you were trying to figure out who had driver's license, right?
Yeah.
And you identified that person as Mr. Robert Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. And now you also, again, when you were trying to figure out who was driving the cars, whether anybody was licensed, you said you interacted with somebody in the driver's seat of the van, right?
Yes.
And that person gave you a traveler ID card, right?
Yes.
And the name on that card was Mr. Will Musa.
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, you mentioned that there was sort of in the background, standing on the passenger side of the van, another individual with what looked to be a camera filming. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was also a black man.
I don't think I made any identifications on the other person's skin.
Do you recall if that was a black man?
I wouldn't be able to tell. I just saw like a shadowy figure, like a cam with a light.
Okay, so you essentially suggested there was somebody standing there and that they need to have a camera.
Yes.
Okay. And so those people we've just been talking about, that's 7 different people that you interacted with in some way, some more, some less that morning, right?
Yes.
And out of those 7 people, you testified on Thursday that 3 of them you believed had firearms, right?
Yes.
Mr. Abdullah Bey, right?
Yes.
The tall guy, Mr. Aaron Johnson,
Yes.
and the stocky guy, Mr. Tina.
Yes.
Now, backing up a little bit, you pulled over because you saw this van and thought it might be tough, right?
Yes.
And there's actually a police term for that, community caretaking, right?
Correct.
And you had never seen that van before, had you?
No.
You hadn't heard any reports related to that van, had you? No one had called in to report that a van was pulled over in the breakdown, right? No one had called in to report that anyone was outside walking around in the breakdown, right?
No.
Certainly no one had called in to say someone was outside walking around with a firearm in the breakdown, right?
No.
Okay. You just wanted to check on the van and make sure everything was okay.
Yes.
And it was, I think, 1:10 when you pulled over in the breakdown, right?
Yes.
And even though that's late or early, there were still plenty of cars going by, right?
Correct.
And even in the video we watched on Thursday, you hear the traffic going by while you're in the breakdown, right?
Yes.
And it was dark and a little bit rainy when you pulled over, right?
Yes.
You had to use your flashlight to be able to see outside, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you pulled over, when you first pulled over, how far behind the van did you park?
Rough estimate, I would say good. That's great.
So about 15 feet.
Six.
And when you pulled over, did you have any of your police lights on when you were pulling over?
I did.
And that was the blue light on top of your cruiser, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have your siren on at all when you pulled over?
No.
Okay. And again, you were just kind of checking out what was going on, wanted to make sure everything was okay, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you stopped your car, before you got out of your car, did you call in your location to the station or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So did you do anything before you got out of the car?
Other than activating my license onto the brake.
Okay. And when you got out of your car, those blue lights on top of your car stayed on, is that right?
Yes.
And your front headlights were on, right?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned, was it just your regular rear lights or were there rear police lights that were on?
The rear, blue lights that are on the light bar.
Okay. So the light bar being the bar on top of the car, or off the cruiser. Were there, so there were blue light, rear lights on that light bar, were there also lights, shining forward or just the rear?
Just the rear.
Okay. And when you got out of your cruiser at that time, you had only seen the van, right?
Yes.
You hadn't seen that there was another car parked.
No.
And you first saw Mr. Abdullah Bey when you were walking on up the passenger side of the van, right?
Yes.
So you didn't see him get out of the car, right?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Johnson, you saw kind of right behind Mr. Abdullah Bey, right?
Yes.
You also didn't see him get out of the car, right?
No.
And when Mr. Abdullah Bey got to you, he put out his hand to shake hands, right?
He did.
He introduced himself as Jamal.
Yes.
Within that first minute of speaking with Mr. Abdullah Bey, he asked you to call a supervisor, right?
Yes.
And you did, right?
Yes.
And right away, Mr. Abdullah Bey started explaining what he's doing, right?
Yes.
In terms of that he was on his way to Rhode Island, right?
Yes.
And that he was trying not to make any unnecessary stops in that.
Yes.
He told you that everybody with him in that group is from Rhode Island, right?
Yes.
And at some point during the interaction, he started showing you documents and kind of getting into a legal conversation with you about why he was allowed to be traveling through Massachusetts. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're trying to figure out what's going on, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Abdullah Bey is really the central person talking to you, right?
Yes.
Answering your questions, right?
Yes.
And giving you these explanations we were just talking about.
Yes.
And he was respectful, right?
Yes.
It was immediately clear to you that he was in charge, right?
I would say he was the spokesperson of the group. Yes.
Okay. And early on during this, it was about 45 minutes to an hour, you said that total, if you were on the side of the highway before you moved back, right?
Yes.
Okay. So earlier on during that time period, you had already gotten, Mr. Abdullah Bey had already written down some information for you, right, with his name and phone number, I think you said?
Yes.
Okay. And you, at some point, were trying to get, call him buzz information, right?
Yes.
And you actually went to hand him a notebook and a pen.
I did.
Right? And Buzzcut was reaching out to take it, and Mr. Abdullah Bey kind of stepped in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he told Buzzcut he didn't have to give you anything, right?
Sorry, Peter.
Sure. So when Mr. Abdullah Bey kind of came into that moment,
Yes.
he told Buzzcut he didn't have to give you this information, right?
Yes.
And You said you saw on the camera, that's true, you don't have to give me your information right now.
Yes.
Okay. And so in fact, SOVCIT did never take that notebook or pen, right?
Correct.
You didn't get any other information at that time. And when you went to speak to the driver of the Ford van, you let Mr. Bilibay know that's what you're going to do, right? You were going to talk to that driver.
Yes.
And Mr. Bilibay came with you.
He did.
And you actually asked him to stay by the, further in the breakdown lane, you were worried about the traffic, right?
Yes.
Okay. But he came with you, right? And he was standing next to you the whole time you were there interacting with him.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when the other, I think it was the other 3 police officers who arrived about 25 minutes into your stop on the highway, right? Was it three additional officers who arrived at that point?
Early on, yes.
Okay. Sergeant Burnham, Trooper Orlando, and Sergeant McDevitt.
Yes.
Okay. Did they each come in their own cruiser?
Yes.
And did they park behind you or somewhere else?
Behind my group.
Okay. And when they arrived, did they have their police lights on?
I would imagine that they at least put their rear lights on, but I can't say that definitively if they did.
Okay. And do you recall if they had sirens on when they came?
I don't recall hearing any.
So at some point after the other officers had arrived, you guys were all, the 4 police officers and several of these individuals we've been talking about were all standing kind of behind, in between the van and the police, in your police cruiser, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, you asked Mr. Bilibay to put down his gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, I'm going to stay armed for my safety, just like you were going to stay armed for yours.
That's what he said.
And you referenced the Second Amendment, right?
Yes.
And he said that he was not going to put his gun down and wouldn't tell his men to put their guns down. Is that right?
Yes.
And during this conversation, again, Mr. Bilibay is the person you were talking to, right?
Correct.
And in fact, at some point during this interaction, when you were asking him to put down his firearm, he started explaining to the other men with him what was happening and why he wasn't doing that, right?
Yes.
And so I think you said it was about 45 minutes to an hour in, all of the 4 police officers moved back, right?
Correct.
Your cruiser stayed where it was,
Yes.
and the other 3 cruisers moved back.
I don't recall the cruisers themselves move back.
Okay, just the people.
I know for a fact my cruiser didn't move, but it was most of the people.
I see, okay. And so how far back did you move at that point?
So 5,200 guys.
And at that point, you said Sergeant McDevitt and Mr. Bilibay were still communicating, but at a distance, right?
Yes.
And it was around this time that the stop team started to arrive. Is that
Yes.
right? An additional state trooper started to arrive, right?
Yes.
And you discussed on Thursday a number of different specialized units that came to the scene, right? So you were still on scene when all of these other units started arriving, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you'd never seen that many police cruisers at a police scene up to that point, right?
Correct.
It was a pretty huge police response, right?
Yes.
Some troopers and people from those specialized units were even called back from vacation, right? To come to the scene.
I don't know what their status was when they're called up.
Okay, but pretty much all of the state police assets were called in, right?
Yes.
And around this time, around 2 a.m., is this when that perimeter started to be set up around the 2 cars and the group of men?
Yes.
Okay. So were you on scene at the point where arrest happened in that case?
No.
Okay. Do you recall kind of what the last thing is you saw when you were there on scene?
At the point that when I was on scene, the scene started to get bigger and bigger and more cruisers started to arrive from all those units. So again, during the apprehension, I really wasn't involved. So I just was moving further and further back. There weren't really any other events of note, other than seeing the crisis unit, just negotiating. That's it.
Okay. So fair to say that as these like more specialized units came in, like the SOP team, they kind of took over, and I think you even used this phrase on Thursday, you kind of phased back.
Yes.
Okay. So the first 30 minutes of your time on the highway, you were the only police officer there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And no one ever physically hurt you, right? No one ever pointed a weapon at you, right?
No.
In fact, Mr. Goulet repeatedly said he wanted a peaceful solution to the encounter, right?
Yes.
After you're pulled over behind the van didn't drive away, right?
No.
And you said at that point you hadn't yet seen there was another car up in front, right?
Yes.
You noticed that later.
Yes.
And the Honda was actually pretty far in front of the van, right?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate about how far in front of the van it was? So when you pulled over, the Honda also remained in place, right?
Yes.
Didn't drive away.
I can see.
I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your body worn camera, okay?
Yes.
So you started with the state police in 2019, is that right?
Yes.
And when you first started in 2019, did you have a body worn camera? That program was rolled out in 2021, right? At the state police,
Yes.
around March 2021.
Yes.
Do you remember when you got a body worn camera?
I don't recall the exact date I was issued a body worn camera, but I remember it was still fairly new. On the state in July when I had it, I would say it must have been. I would say yes, I had it a month at that point.
You had it about a month, okay. And was it, so I know you said the program was rolled out in March 2021, so kind of on a rolling basis, state police officers and troopers were getting that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there's also, so we've been talking about body worn cameras, there's also a cruiser mounted camera, right?
My cruiser at the time wasn't equipped with a cruiser mounted camera.
Okay. But when I say cruiser mounted camera, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And that's a camera, well, you get 2 cameras that capture video from inside of the cruiser and also from the dashboard of the
Yes.
cruiser.
Yes.
Okay. And so I understand your cruiser didn't yet have one, but fair to say that this program of rolling out the body worn camera, there's simultaneously a program related to, cameras for cruisers.
Yes,
Okay, you just didn't have it yet.
my cruiser was an old cruiser, I'm sure they didn't want to equip it with, probably a very expensive system. The cruiser was only in the last couple more years.
Okay. And so you received training about the body worn camera, right?
Yes,
You talked a little bit about how it works on Thursday. And you told us that, the body worn camera has audio, right?
yes,
And in fact, there's a whole state police policy about body worn cameras, right?
correct,
And you were trained on that, right? And in that policy, it explains what situations you have to activate your camera in, right?
yes,
And one of those situations is during vehicle stops and what's called motorist assistance, right?
yes,
Like what happened in this, right?
correct,
And so that's why you activated your camera, right?
yes,
And there's rules about when you can turn your body camera off, right?
yes,
And there's requirements for how to document any issues that happen with your body, right?
yes,
It's showing you a document. Trooper Casey, is that a copy of the state police policy on body worn cameras and cruiser mounted cameras?
yes,
Your Honor, I just moved to mark that for IT.
Mark presentation, so it's gonna be. Sorry? G?
J.
J, I'm sorry, it's with J for
That. So Trooper Casey, the purpose behind this new program and policy around body worn cameras was to help with transparency with the police department, right?
yes.
And increase public trust in policing, right?
objection. I'll hear you.
have 40mm launchers for our less lethal, pepperball systems that they, the same paintball gun, just shoot a OC capsule out of it. So we're cross-training the live weapon systems.
And just a tactical thing, said a minute ago. What is a less lethal system, and what are some of the items you're describing connected to that?
So our less lethal is designed to impact the suspect. So instead of using a lethal force as say a firearm or rifle or anything like that, we're able to engage the suspect with a ammunition that is not going to kill the person. It's going to hurt, but it's not going to kill.
And you described for the jury, I don't think that was something called OC.
It's the same as what every trooper and officer pretty much carries on their belt. The same as a spray, it just comes in a powder form. Probably gonna say the name wrong, but it's Sicilian capsium or somewhere along that line.
Okay. And that is essentially like a pepper spray kind of.
Yes.
Effect. So how many times do you think you've been deployed to actually respond to events in the capacity that's working on stuff?
Hundreds.
And were you working on July 3rd, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Was there a point at which you were asked to respond somewhere that morning?
Yes, sir. About 01:30 in the morning, the page came out through the team commander, and they informed us to respond to 95 northbound. I believe it was around the 58-mile marker. That's all the information we received.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
When you arrived, around what time was it?
I had a little bit of a drive, so probably around 3:30.
Okay. So okay, it's still dark.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you observe at that location to respond?
So when I first arrived on scene, we report to our command post who's running the whole situation. They just pretty much tell us to get what we need. They give us a quick brief, and through our drone at that time, I was shown a feed they were having up, and it was two individuals standing in the middle of 95 northbound holding a red flag.
And could you observe anything near those individuals on the side of the road?
There were multiple vehicles. I think it was in the breakdown lane.
And were these two individuals alone or with other people?
With other vehicles.
Did you observe how the individuals you observed on the video feed, how they were dressed?
They were in camouflage utilities, most wearing body armor and some kind of takeover.
When you describe clothing as utilities, what does that mean?
It's a basic, military term for your uniform, your combat uniform that you're wearing.
And when you responded there, do you have a sense of how many police vehicles were there when you got there?
There was quite a bit.
Okay. And are you responding in the northbound lane, but south of where the event was going?
Correct.
When you got there, were there other SOC team officers there, or were you the first?
There was already members on scene.
And so, you describe what you did with the SOC team after the response to actually that location.
So once we got there, once we got our information, that slowly trickled up into the we had barricades set up in the northbound lane just south of their vehicles, probably like 75 to 100 yards from where they actually stopped. And so we manned those positions, and we had people outside the vehicles and people inside the vehicles. And I think when I first got there, I was one of the people outside. And a few hours in, we rotated out just because it was a rainy full day time for July. So we were trying to stay up and ready.
Okay. What is a barricade?
It's our armored vehicle that we use for numerous situations. It's an armored vehicle that can handle up to a 50 caliber round, which is quite a large round. It's a military style round.
And so the stop team has some of these vehicles, right?
Yes, we have two.
Okay. How many were in the position on I-95 northbound that way?
We had two of ours south of their location. And I believe Denwood had two or three above on the north side of their location.
And then what was?
It's the, I don't know what the acronym, honestly, it's a group of towns in the North Shore that all support each other, what I understand. And they have all units inside themselves from our SWAT team, K9, motorcycle to investigators.
So not every town on the North Shore is gonna have their own SWAT team, they might be part of NEMLEC.
Correct.
Okay. And NEMLEC essentially pools and creates these teams for multiple departments.
Yes.
But obviously, you being on the state police have its own.
Yes.
All right, so, looking at this, event on the road, are you able to observe it with your eyes or use binoculars or just drone feed or what?
We were close enough to just use our eyes and see them.
And, as you move north to sort of form a line across the highway, where were the remaining police officers?
So the majority, so our team was just south of their position. Majority of the command post was further, I guess, south of the Moroccan lane, excuse me. We also had, like I said, an NEMLEC up north. We also had in the southbound lanes, two of our cruisers that arrived on scene very early. They were in the southbound lanes, I believe another Tahoe. And then eventually our large bear came also in the southbound lane with New Hampshire bear as well.
Okay, so as this is happening, around what hours of the morning are all these different vehicles being positioned on the highway?
It progressed from when I arrived on scene, probably until everyone was in position, a total of 5 hours.
During this time, what happened to the normal motorist traffic on the highway?
It was down completely north and south.
Do you know what the purpose was in blocking the highway north of the incident and south of the incident?
To contain the individuals that were on the highway.
As you're watching the incident itself, do you recall what the vehicles on the side of the road by the individual?
One was a black van. They were in and about that van a lot. And to my knowledge, there was another silver SUV style truck that headed out.
Okay. And you had already described the clothing of the individuals. And there, I think you mentioned the flag as well as holding the road.
Yes, sir.
What is your memory of the appearance of the flag?
Red with a white star inside.
And,
Your Honor. It would be rid of this place.
okay.
See you, council.
And the individual holding the flag, did you observe clothing worn by the witness?
They had the same utilities on, the Willow style. They also, I think, the first two people I could see up there, one had a gray head cover, or a brown head covering, and a green head covering, and they both had some sort of either tactical vest or plate carrier.
Was it always the same people holding the flag, or did it ever change?
No, they changed out, because like I said, it was a cold rainy day for them as well, and you can see they were getting weary, so they were changing out as well.
Now, a minute ago, you used the phrases tactical vest, plate carrier. Could you describe, first of all, how it is that you're familiar with those phrases?
For one, my military service, we wore them all the time. I didn't do fun serve act. I had to wear that constantly. But also for the South team, we have our canary issue is a dry precision tactical vest. So that's soft body armor in them. So that's for your small arms fire and everything like that. In our front and our back, we also have a ballistic plates, and those are rated up to including small arms AR style rifles.
In your experience wearing these things, when you say soft body armor and describing small arms, what would soft body armor do with respect to firing from a small arm? And if you could be specific as to what a small arm is.
So the soft body armor that I'm referring to is the same that we wear on patrol pretty much. So your vest that you're issued when you graduate the academy and then slowly get issued again as it goes on. That can stop handgun rounds and all the way up to a 12 gauge shotgun. It will stop the round, obviously, you're getting a lot of pain, but it'll stop the round. And then the plate that we also have in our vests, they're designed to stop up to an AR caliber, AK-47. There are some rounds that can penetrate through those rifles, because there's obviously armor piercing rounds and pretty tip rounds, which are go a lot faster. They can get through those plates, but they're designed pretty much to stop that small arms undercurrent.
Okay. And the difference between soft body armor and the plates that can stop the rifle rounds, things like that. How do those pieces differ both in appearance and weight?
So appearance, you're gonna see that the soft body armor will, form to your body and be worn very tight under a shirt. So, that's how we do our normal patrol. The plates, they're a little more bulkier, they're a lot heavier, especially as you start to go into the different levels. There's different levels of plates you can buy, your standard level 1 up to the level 3A, and that will stop, the higher caliber rifles, but it is a lot heavier.
Now, when you're observing the individuals who are holding the flag, where are they standing in relation to two vehicles that are on the side of the road?
So where we were south of them, they were directly in the middle of 95 North and just to the left of the vehicle.
Did you take note or did you observe any other individuals walking around the road near whoever was holding the flag?
Yes, there was one individual. You could actually hear him talking a lot more than everyone else. He would walk to the center median and back. Every once in a while, like I said, they would switch out. So some people that were along the breakdown lane by the vehicles would come over, take over holding the flag, and they would walk back.
The individual that you hear, what if anything did you hear from that person's voice?
It was hard. Like I said, it was rainy and windy. We had someone trying to talk to him, one of our negotiators. It really wasn't working out at that time because of the distance between us. It seemed like the two of them were not really on the same page because they couldn't hear each other.
And is that occurring, just shouting back and forth, or is that by telephone?
They started off first just by shouting back and forth.
So you described getting there after 3 in the morning. How long did you remain on site with the Bearcat south of where this incident was?
I was on scene until the suspect was taken into custody.
About what time was that?
I believe it was around 10:00. Yes.
Sorry. And I take it during this time you were not alone with other officers.
Yeah.
Could you, the individual that was described, hearing his voice and the communication with negotiators, could you see whether that individual was carrying or holding anything?
Yes.
What did you observe?
In his hands specifically was a cell phone. And he also had a tactical vest on with rifles.
Did you make any observations about the appearance of the rifle?
It just appeared to be an AR style rifle with, I believe he had an undergrip on it for better support.
And when you describe a rifle as an AR style rifle, what is that?
Well, it's the basic platform that the United States has used since the Vietnam War. It's a gas operated system, and it's what you're used to it. The basic style how all rifles run.
Did you observe any other individuals walking around that also had rifles?
Yes.
What did you observe about those rifles?
We noticed one had a very large capacity, looked like a drum magazine on there. Those are usually 75 to 100 rounds for the ammunition of the drums.
Okay. And earlier you were describing some of the head coverings and or headgear of some of the individuals. Did you know any other individuals and the head coverings they were wearing?
Yes, so that was one of the ways we were able to distinguish them. They mostly had all the same clothes on, and either a brown and black vest. The easy way to distinguish them was their head coverings. We had multiple we had one with a green boonie, one with a helmet, one with a black and white scarf, another brown one, a black face covering. It's all one that I'm right on top of my head.
And as this is going on, were you cognizant, or were you aware of whether you and other officers were also paying attention to the tree line along 95?
So we had our CERT team and NEMLET. So if you leave 95 in that area, there's a couple of neighborhoods right there, so they want to make sure those are protected. So CERT, which is our special emergency response team, which is our group of troopers, they handle the wood line with NEMLEC and the outer perimeter for us.
And looking north, so you're standing on 95 with the Bearcats, you're looking north, looking past two vehicles. Could you observe whether there were other vehicles further off north of you across the highway?
We had 3 Bearcats up there staged as well that were blocking the highway.
And so around 10 o'clock in the morning, what happened?
We were given the order to move up. So we closed our distance probably from about 175 to 100 down to that 25, 30 yard range. And we started to hail them with the LRAD first. It's our long range crucible device, just to grab their attention. It's a very loud, high pitched noise. And then we initially started to try to communicate with them over the LRAD.
Between the time when you responded and this 10 a.m. movement north towards them, did you know whether the negotiators had remained in touch with one of the individuals?
We were told that negotiations were happening constantly.
Could you ever hear that ongoing, either orally, back and forth through the air or by telephone?
So once the initial yelling of back and forth by one of the negotiators wasn't working, they started negotiations back at the man post, which was kind of range of us, but we were being informed that they were talking to them on telephone.
All right, so, and during what hours of the night/morning Are you aware of that going?
We were aware pretty much from the beginning all the way to the end.
By the time you moved up around 10 o'clock in the morning to be closer to them, had any pepper spray or described as less lethal systems been used then?
Nothing.
Had any shots been fired?
No.
Were you aware of whether anybody had been arrested at that?
We were, two of the individuals had apparently left most of their equipment on scene and walked through the woods to the next
Objection.
scene.
Basis.
Basis of knowledge?
I can rephrase, Joe. Okay. On the roadway, on Interstate 95, had any individual been arrested between when you arrived around 3 something in the morning and 10 a.m. when you described the stop team closer to you?
No,
Had anybody, have you seen anybody put any rifles or other weapons on the ground?
No.
Had anybody from those 2 vehicles tried to or walked toward the police?
a couple. So initially, I believe it was 2 of them started walking northbound towards 3 Bearcats that were northbound. And then every once in a while, you know, one individual would kind of make his way towards us, but wouldn't come into very close proximity, and then he would go back to the vehicles and the other individuals.
Did you ever observe any of the individuals attempt to surrender prior to 10 a.m.?
No.
So you described moving the Bearcats a little bit closer to the group at 10 a.m. using something called an LRAD.
Yes.
Okay. And an LRAD is what?
So the technical definition, long range crucible device, it's essentially a loudspeaker.
And is it attached to one of the top of the Bearcats?
We're able to mount them outside on the roof of the Bearcat, pull up the hatch, and be able to talk to them from inside the loudspeaker.
But you can use it both to communicate, but you can also use it to make a loud tone or a loud.
Yes.
All right, so how was it used around 10 a.m. to listen?
So it was about I would say a 30-second burst of the loud noise from it. That sounds like a high-pitched squeal. We used that pretty much to try to get their attention, let them know we were moving up. And then after that, we used it with voice for the about first 5 minutes.
Okay, and while this is going on, are you able to observe the individuals by the vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe where the individuals were in relation to the vehicles and later?
So the majority was in between the black van and the silver truck / SUV. They were kind of meandering about. Some had already, at this point, started placing their weaponry into the vehicle, the black van. And then at one point, one of the individuals walks up to the silver car, and 2 people exit out from the back seat. One of them, which we did not know was there the entire time, and then another person from the passenger side of that vehicle also got out.
Okay. And the individual who had been communicating with the negotiator, where was that?
At this point, he he started at the median. He slowly walked over towards the black van and was sitting on a bucket, it looked like.
Okay, 5 gallon.
Yes.
Could you see whether that individual had any kind of rifle with him at that time?
He did still have a rifle as he was sitting on the bucket.
Okay, so what happened around that time?
Around that time, we kind of stopped with the LRAD, and with verbal commands at that point, we had come up with a plan to walk people back in between the 2 Bearcats, because we had them side by side, blocking the roads. And we had an arrest team behind those 2, and 1 person to give commands and everything like that to them as they came up.
And how were those commands delivered?
Just verbally, you know, we were telling them, put all the weapons down, pretty much come to us, hands in the air, no further movements, anything like that, so.
Where were you when these individuals are in the road as the instruction was being given?
So the 2 Bearcats that are southbound, I'm on the back side of the one on the left in the, just by the median of the, highway.
And what did you see the individuals do after these instructions were provided?
So eventually, they started to comply. One of the individuals went over to the person sitting on the bucket and took his rifle. He was very cautious of letting us know that he was taking it off him and putting it into the vehicle. Once all the weapons they had were inside the vehicle, they kind of joined arms and slowly started walking towards us. I believe there was one person straggling in the back as well, but he eventually started to come up as well.
And what do they do with that?
We had them prone, lay down, face down on the ground, hands out by their sides, and then individually we called up person by person, put them in custody, and then the next one called them to us, put them in custody, and so on and so forth.
And so as I understand that you're instructing they're being directed to lay down, and one by one, they're directed to stand up and walk toward the officers, hands in the air.
Correct.
And as that happened, as they arrived where the officers were standing, could you see what was done first?
Not individually, no. I had my focus mostly on people that were still on the ground, because obviously we're dealing with people who had weapons. Yes, they may have put most of them in there, but we don't know if they still have any on them, so we also have covered element there.
Were there other non-stop team officers sort of behind you, in that area behind the barricades?
Yes, we had, I believe, the CERT team, the A-Troop Cat team, and also our medics.
I'll show you some photographs. Before I show you these, the group described as kind of joining arms or locking arms, something like that.
Yes.
Was that in response to an instruction?
No, I pretty much did that on their own.
The show you. Take a minute, look through those. Tell me if you recognize what those are.
This scene I was just describing, just the moment before we break forward to the custody.
Is each of these photographs a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed as the suspects are moving from the vehicles towards where the police are positioned?
Yes.
As a group?
Yes.
With respect to these two, look at the one on top of the one behind it. Can you describe how one relates to the other?
So this is the close-up still of this picture right here. This was, like I said, the initial group, and then you had a couple of stragglers in the back.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer this was the next exhibit, perhaps A and B.
Okay. So the objection.
Maybe heard. Sorry, maybe heard briefly. Okay.
Wide shot, I guess would be the next exhibit.
Yeah, the two shot, the wide shot and the close up would be, is it exhibit 148?
The next is 21.
No, it's not. It's, oh, I'm sorry, you know, my mistake, so it would be exhibit, 21A, 21B. Thank you. Staple those together. So they can travel together. Or actually, they're gonna be individually labeled, right? 21A and 21B. Okay, so then they don't need to. So I'm good.
Publish. Very fun. Follow along with us. 21A. Cooper, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
On the television?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll put 21B, which you described as being a zoomed in still. See that?
Yes, sir.
Back to the. Next two. Very fast, those are.
Yes, sir.
How are they related to each other, Mr. Photographs?
So this is them starting it down into the prone position that we were talking about.
Do you see the timestamp on the top left corner of the wide shot?
Yes, sir.
What's the timestamp?
10:09.
The second thing you're holding in your left hand. Is that a zoomed in?
That's the zoomed in portion of it, of the YouTube.
Or I would mark the wide shot for identification, zoom to the sidebar conference, and offer the zoomed in photograph as the next.
So the wider angle will be exhibit K for identification, and the closer angle will be exhibit 22. So
Two on the projector. Now, you described a little while ago we call it boonie.
Yes.
That's a what?
It's usually a hat, the military issues out, but it's there to break up the human form of it.
Is anyone in the photograph I put on the projector, exhibit 22, wearing a boonie?
Man in that ring.
The one who's on his knees with his hands on his head?
Yes.
Next two photographs. Tell me if you recognize those and how they're related to each other, please.
Once again, this is just a continuous process of taking them into custody. You can see two of them now have gone to the proposition force.
And how is one related to the other?
One is a zoomed in photo of the other.
In the wide shot, can you see one of the vehicles from the breakdown lane?
You can see the black man.
What's the timestamp of the wide shot?
10:09, 25 seconds.
So photographer ask the mark for the wide shot that we discussed and offer the zoomed in version.
So the wide angle photo would be exhibit L for identification, and zoomed in portion would be exhibit 23. So
In exhibit 23, what do you observe about the, or what if anything do you observe about the garments worn by the various individuals pointing out?
They all, the uniform is the utilities, the wood utilities they're wearing, and they all seem to be wearing this.
When you use the term vest, what kind of vest are you referring to?
Tactical ballistic vests.
Next to photographs, please.
Yes, sir. This is actually the beginning when they started walking towards us.
Okay. And what's the timestamp in the wide shot you have in your right hand?
10:09 and 14 seconds.
Okay. And the one on your left hand is related to the wide shot now.
It zoomed in on the group.
And there appears to be somebody, well, let me ask you this. Fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yeah.
We mark the wide shot for identification of the zoomed in.
The wide angle photo will be exhibit M for identification, and the close up will be exhibit 24.
Put up exhibit 24. Marked it with this one. Put it in 24. Put exhibit 24 on the projector. And now there, you see there that this figure here. Here's the on one knee. Yes. What do you recall about the movement of that figure as the group approached the line where the officers were?
So that's the individual that started on the bucket. He had his individuals help him get up and slowly walk towards us. And as he was walking towards us, he collapsed to a knee and then collapsed to his stomach pretty quick.
What's the timestamp of the white shot there?
10:09 and 27.
And the other photograph is zoomed in.
Yes, sir.
Mark the wide shot for identification.
Wide shot for identification of exhibit N, fancy for identification. So in version exhibit 25.
You described a minute ago the other individual basically collapsing. to the ground, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Make sure you exhibit 21A. Earlier, you described an individual getting out of the pickup truck or the vehicle that was further north.
Yes, sir.
That you had not previously been aware of.
Correct.
Did that picture that you're holding depict that individual?
Yes, it does.
Where is that individual?
He's always to the left wearing his tan vest.
Just wondering.
Yes, sir.
So it's the gentleman all the way at the far left here.
Yes, sir.
The individual sort of in the top right between the group and the back of the dark vehicle up here. Had you observed that vehicle, that individual prior to the surrender?
Yes.
Could you describe for me where you observed that individual?
Most of the time he was spent on the guardrail in between the black van and the silver car.
If you could, using this photograph, give us an idea of where you are watching this from.
So I am even more to the left of this. So you can see they're in the breakdown lane where the cruiser is. They're in a right travel lane and a center travel lane. You go a little further to the left travel lane, right on the immediate side. I'm right pretty much on that line.
And when the roof laid down, you remember, did any individuals not get up ultimately, follow instructions to walk forward?
I believe there was two that eventually did not get up.
And where were they laying? Were they the last ones there that ultimately did not get up?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of where they were laying?
Directly in the center of Route 95 right lanes.
Okay. Does exhibit 22 depict one of those individuals?
Yes, it does.
Which individual does it depict that ultimately did not stand up?
It actually has to do with the.
Which one?
If you count this one with the speed right here, and then this right there.
Let me put that back on the projector. So tell me again, I put exhibit 22 back on the projector. Who are we talking about?
So you can see the feet of the third individual in on the right.
This one?
Yes.
Next to the gentleman with the dark.
The left, covering the left vest, yes. He does not get up, and the person in a red hat, the fez, I guess you call it, is, he eventually lays down and does not get up.
Okay. So after all the other persons have stood up and walked towards the officers, as this is happening, are you able to tell what's happening one by one with those?
Yes, we can hear, behind us. They're putting them into custody, giving them a quick pat press, make sure they don't have any more firearms, weapons on, any of that. And they're turned over to, I believe, the CERT team or the CAT team, the troopers that were behind us. And I think as well, with the medical staff there, they were also given a quick eval.
Now let's go back to the two individuals who are still laying on the roadway. Were you able to observe what, if anything, done with those two?
Yes, I was actually involved in the entertainment of the first individual that was laying down.
How did that occur?
Once we had all the people that were listening to us and compliant, we formed pretty much a line across. We gave a couple more commands to see if they would actually stand up and come to us. We had no response from either of them. So then we slowly pushed on the line up to them, a little past, so we could get both individuals. And then I came around from the side and dealt with the one that was first in line laying down, while other troopers covered off on the vehicles, just in case there was other people in there.
And as that happens, you're dealing with that individual. Are you able to see that individual's face?
Yes.
that individual here in the court today?
Yes.
Would you indicate where and describe that individual?
He is wearing a gray turban with dreadlocks and a beard and a white shirt.
Record, please reflect, the witness say that about the bench and all that for adult things.
The record is so reflect.
Were you alone in dealing with Mr. Latimer then?
I was not.
Who was with you?
Trooper Mike Home, he's our team man.
And what, if anything, did you and Trooper Cohen do at that point with that?
We tried to get a response out of him, any kind of knowledge that he was still alive. He was breathing, seemed to be just fine. Trooper Cohen took some quick vitals with him, making sure his pulse was fine, breathing was okay. We still didn't get a response from him, so we rolled him over at that point. I believe Mike cut his vest off, his equipment off, just so we could do a better evaluation of him right there.
And what happened with that after that?
He was taken behind, once again, pretty much where Ross was, right behind the Bearcats. And I believe at that point, he was given an evaluation by our medics that traveled with the team.
Do you know where he was transported?
I don't.
With respect to Mr. Latimer's vest, you described a minute ago, did you make any observations about it? From it?
Yes, sir. He had a body camera attached to it. We took that off first, put it over in the breakdown lane, and like I said, I believe Mike cut his vest off.
Do you know why the vest was cut off as opposed to being removed in some other fashion?
It's an easier and faster way to get it off for medical purposes.
Show you this object. Tell me if you recognize what this is.
That's the body camera that he's wearing.
What's the correct?
I took it off.
Your Honor, is it in the, it's substantially the same condition today as it was when you were looking?
Yeah.
I would offer this to the next exhibit, and I would ask to mark the bag it came in front of.
No, Judge.
Body one camera will be exhibit 26. The bag associated with it will be the O for identification. Someone tell me.
I'm gonna show, I'm not gonna pass it, I'm just gonna show it to the. Show you another item, sir. Tell me if you recognize it, please.
That is the vest that somebody was wearing.
How do you recognize it?
Because of the badge itself, actually. I said if you read this, you are within range, and surprisingly enough, we used to run that with on our vehicles when we were over in Iraq, so it kind of stood out to me a lot.
What do you observe about the one of the shoulder straps?
It cut.
Apart from that, is it the same condition as it was when you observed it back on July 3rd?
Pretty much.
So offer this for the next exhibit.
No objection.
Objection.
Without objection, it will be marked exhibit 27.
Your Honor, if anyone else still 11 o'clock, or wants me to keep going.
Which more time do you expect to do this with us?
A little bit, but probably less than 10 minutes.
Why don't we finish driving and recess? Actually, let me write that. Jurors, we're sort of debating whether to go another, say, 10 minutes or so. would anybody prefer that we break now? Please, I encourage you, if you prefer, to let me know. It doesn't make much difference. If nobody's raising their hand, why don't we continue?
So I'm gonna hold this. And actually, maybe you can stand up and help this. So you were describing vests and soft armor, and if you use the term tactical vest, I think you might use the term plate carrier. So can you be more specific as to what this is?
This is really a plate carrier. So as you can see on the side, you have very little armor right here. Could possibly be soft armor, but it's not much for you. So it's called a plate carrier. It's essentially carrying your plates for you that protect you. You can see standard vest, radio, magazine pouches, admin pouch. It's a basic standard plate carrier vest.
All right. And did you wear vests like this either when you were the police or when you were the Marine?
Yes, sir.
With the intent of trying to stop what level of rounds?
Rifle rounds.
And there are other types of vests where you can swap out the plates, is that right?
You can probably swap out these plates as well. Also, you can see right here on the back, this on Velcros, and it comes right out. You can take them in and out.
Sure, the only other thing I would ask is maybe one of the court officers could show this to the jury, and then nothing further is for rebuttal.
When you say show it to the jury, do you want the jury to actually handle it or just watch it from front?
Handle it, but it doesn't need to happen right this moment.
Right?
Given the schedule.
Okay, that'll be fine. And then that's it for,
Yes.
okay. Members of the jury will take our morning recess now. We're going to try to keep it to 10 or 15 minutes, although give everybody a chance to attend to any personal needs. And try to reconvene as close to 11:15 or 11:22.
All rise, you're exiting front row followed by back row. Follow me, folks, please.
If there's anything, we'll try to move as expeditiously as we can. Should we have 10 or 15 minutes? Same here. Ms. Rizzo, I spoke to Deputy Chief Court Officer in the building about the requests regarding the clothing. And what I'm told that I didn't know until just now is that at the jail, they have equipment that does, I guess, I don't know if it's X-ray or, what technology, but it's technology that's designed to scan clothing and identify if there's anything, any contraband. And I'm told that relatively recently there was some contraband that entered the jail, they believe, through a court. It's essentially the same kind of system, same kind of approach you're proposing. I have Exactly, I have no doubt that you were not involved in something of that nature. But the policy is the way it is, so I regrettably, because I understand that it's an imposition, regrettably, I'm not gonna allow the order to require the court officers to, turn the clothing. I am sorry, because I understand it's not, nothing to go back and forth to jail with clothes, but, under the circumstances, I think there's a legitimate security reason to oppose, to insist on the policy the way it is, and I'm not gonna override it.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying.
All right, so I think we're ready for the jury.
Yes, I think so, Judge.
Okay. All right, jury enter.
May be seated for the back of the session.
Cross examination.
Thank you.
Morning. So you testified that you're a member of the SOVCIT team. And that morning, you, when you responded about 3 to 3:30 in the morning, you were equipped in your SOVCIT uniform? Yes. And that SOVCIT uniform, that includes body armor? Eventually, yes. But you almost see we're just in our camouflage suits. But at some point before you went to the scene on the side of the highway, you got kitted out, as it were, in your SOVCIT uniform, correct? Yes. And to be kitted out, that means that at this point would have had your body armor. Yes. And rifle. Yes. And this is an assault style rifle, correct? Yes. This rifle would have been able to hold up to 30 rounds of ammunition in each magazine. Yes. And you were wearing a Kevlar helmet as well, correct? Correct. And how many other, by 10 o'clock that morning, how many other SOV troopers were there on the scene? Probably all in total, by 20 to 25. And that's just with the state police SOV team? Yeah. And it's fair to say that other, we'll call it SWAT teams were present as well, correct? Yes. There was NAPLAC? Yes. And I heard you say that New Hampshire was that a New Hampshire SWAT team? Yes. And so they had their own Bearcat as well, correct? Yes. There was also Metro Lac SWAT team, correct? I don't know if Metro lived there. You know what Metro? I do, yes. They're a SWAT. Yes. But you don't remember whether they were there? No. So how many SWAT or SOV officers are there in total by 10 o'clock? I don't know off the top of my head. I have to go through. Probably 50 to 75. And you talked earlier about the Bearcats, correct? Yes. Those are basically an armored personnel carrier. Right. And how many police officers or state troopers fit inside a Bearcat? A driver, and about 6 passengers. So about 7 to 8, right? State police troopers for police officers. Yes. I'm putting exhibit 14 up on the monitor. Trooper, if you need to get off to get a better view, just let me know. Do you recognize what's depicted up on the monitor? It's exhibit 14. It's Route 95 north of Wakefield area. And so the on the left side on the exhibit, that thick gray line, that's essentially I-95 and 128. Correct. And is it fair to say that where we'll call the surrender happened, that was towards the top of the
photograph there on what you just described as I-95?
Yeah.
Right, so on that, how many Bearcats were north of where the surrender occurred?
3.
And how many to the south?
2.
And then you had the number of stop and SWAT officers that you just described?
No.
So you testified, I think, a few minutes ago that there's about 60 to 75 stopping. So all together, so not all of those officers and troopers are on the highway, correct?
Correct.
But there's also officers and troopers not equipped for SWAT or not equipped in stop gear, correct?
Correct.
But they're in police uniforms with their firearms, correct?
Correct.
And local Wakefield police was present as well?
Yes.
So you had state police was present, Wakefield police, New Hampshire, and any other departments that you could remember. And when describing I-95, this section of I-95 and 128, the north and southbound sides are divided with a Jersey barrier in the middle. That's essentially a concrete wall that we all see.
Sure.
And throughout the entirety of your involvement, nobody from the group of suspects who surrendered, none of them crossed over that middle concrete wall, correct? Looking to the, it's a fair to say that that green area to the right of I-95, that is the eastern side of 128 and I-95?
Yes.
Now that's did you ever go into that area?
No.
Did you observe what was down that area?
It just looked like it was where we were.
So you don't know whether that was, is that a mountain going up or is it more going into a ditch?
It went down off the highway.
So is it fair to say that somebody standing on the highway would have the high ground, as it were, over anybody in the wooded area?
Correct. Yeah.
You testified earlier this morning about the flag that the members of the group kept hanging off back and forth to each other.
Yes.
You testified that it was a red flag with a white star, correct?
Yes.
How sure are you that it's a white star?
Not positive, but that's what my memory says.
Okay, so you served in the military, correct?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that at least in the Marine Corps and in the Army, a red flag with a solid white star denotes a brigadier general?
Yes.
And you didn't think that these people were walking around with the flag of a brigadier general, did you?
No.
Was it am I correct when I say that those photographs that were introduced towards the end of your direct examination, those were from a UAV?
That's a drone, yes.
So that's the remote control helicopter remote control there. Would is your memory exhausted as to exactly what color that star was on the red flag?
I recall the plane.
Would an excerpt of the video, of the drone video, refresh your recollection as to exactly what color that star was?
Judge. Pieces. As a memory. He's been asked what his memory is, said what his memory is. Counsel now trying to refresh memory.
I'll hear you on that. That's it.
So the surrender was captured on drone video, correct? Correct. Yeah,
Man, no need to ask.
Trooper, I'm handing you a computer with a video. If you just take a look at that and look up at me once you've taken a look at that. Does that look like state police drone video of the incident lining up to the surrender? It does. And do you see a red flag in that video? Yes. Can you see the color of the star in that? It's a white to yellowish. White to yellowish. Is it a linear 5-sided star? It looks to me a black solid signal. Is that a solid star, or does it is it not a solid star? I can't tell. It's like a black dot in the center. Thank you. You don't know the what that flag stands for, do you? I don't. And put exhibit 23 back up on the overhead. Can you see exhibit 23 up on the monitor? Yes, sir. Do you see the shoulder patch on the man on the ground who you said had been sitting on the blue bucket earlier? Yes. Does that appear to be the same flag that was that you described earlier? Possibly, just looks like a red square. But it's zoomed in from a drone that was up behind the sky, just not close enough zoom. Justify that before the LRAD was deployed, that somebody in the group and one of the troopers were shouting back and forth at each other, correct? That was right immediately. So that shouting, that was just for people to hear each other at a distance, correct? Correct. That wasn't anybody threatening anybody or shouting in anger. No. So this was just shouting because of this, not because of anger or. So this is the So I'm holding the vest that you took off of Mr. Latimer Villabane. Now you testified as to what these different pouches hold, correct? Correct. And when you were checking Mr. Days', I think you said vital signs, you were also checking him for weapons, of course, correct? Yeah. You didn't find any weapons on him by the time he surrendered to you, correct? Now there were ammunition magazines on him, correct? I can't recall. You don't recall whether he had any. I know. Thanks, those.
Seriously, John?
Yeah.
Trooper, I want to start by just having a clear sense of where you were when you first arrived on the scene, or for the first couple hours from there, okay? Take a look at this photo on it. Do you recognize that to be a photo of the blocked off exit north of where the two cars and the people were?
When I got there, there was Bearcat there, not cruisers. Could be it looks like it is, but I wasn't set up.
So, so you never saw what the blocked off exit looked like?
No, we didn't see a Bearcats that were seen.
Okay, I'm gonna switch it then for the photo. Thank you. Can you take a look at this photo and tell me if you recognize that to be a depiction from July 3rd of some of the Bearcats south of the van and the
Yes, this looks like there's after staying at the 7,500 yards, this looks like they moved it up to when we put it up building.
Okay.
That's the Bearcats taking.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looks like after the Bearcats had started moving up closer to the?
Yeah.
I think that I realized I didn't show it to the comment file. Do that. All right, move to admit this as the next exhibit. And publish it to the jury.
Hello, any objection? Okay, without objection, it will be marked exhibit 28. Is that it? 28. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to see what type of photo it is. Looking at aerial photos or taken from above.
Yes. Okay, and feel free to step down, or you can see it fine on the other screen. That's great as well. So in this photo, can we see in this photo the Bearcat that you were in?
Yes, Shannon.
And can you step down and point on the screen closest to you to which Bearcat you were in?
Well, I need that one right there.
Okay. So fair to say in this photograph, that's the Bearcat furthest south of the van and Honda?
Yes.
Okay. And you can have a seat again. And in this, at this time, the Bearcats were moving, the south Bearcats were moving closer to the van and the pickup?
Correct.
Okay. And so before you started moving closer, I believe you said you were about 100 yards away in the Bearcat?
No, 75 to 100 yards.
Okay. About 30 feet?
No, that's 300 feet.
300 feet, I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. And you were inside that Bearcat, 300 feet away?
Most of the time we stay outside as well. We had skirts set up, or full of skirts, so they hang down from the side of Bearcats in case around our fire didn't go underneath us. We were able to stand outside.
So you personally, were you both inside the Bearcat and outside the Bearcat before it was full?
Yes.
Okay. And was it at that time that you say you first made observations of people walking around outside of Highland?
Correct.
Okay. And it was at that time that you were able to see people with different head coverings and people holding the flag?
Yes.
And it was at that point you were able to see somebody, I think you said standing near the guardrail with the green movie?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were you with the Bearcat having 300 feet?
We were there for a few hours.
Okay. Because you started moving closer shortly before the arrest happened,
Correct.
right? And that was around 10 a.m.?
Around there.
Okay. And you said you arrived around 3 a.m.?
3:30.
Okay. So the majority of your time you were in and around the Bearcat, about 300 feet away.
Correct.
And that's when you were making this observation.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned already what SOC team members were wearing. You mentioned you had a rifle, right?
Yep.
And you also mentioned on direct exam something about a sniper.
Yeah, I was trained as a sniper.
Okay. Were you acting
No,
in a sniper capacity on that day?
we didn't deploy any snipers that day.
Okay. So the other SOCS members that were there with you, everybody had a similar style rifle to what you had?
Correct.
Okay. And so if I can direct your attention back to the photo, north of the two cars that are in this photo, there were the additional 2 to 3 Bearcats? 3 Bearcats.
Yep.
Okay. And on the other side of the Jersey barrier, is there also 1 or 2 Bearcats over there?
There's the New Hampshire one is the light green one and the black one is ours.
Okay. And so, when did all of the 3 Bearcats we can see in this photo that are south of the van and the pickup truck, did they all start moving closer at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And, how close did you get?
I would say 30 yards.
Okay. So in this picture, you're still kind of moving northbound?
Correct. The Bearcat that's facing across the highway is actually backing up at this point. And the 2 that are lined up, they're moving down the pole end along the road.
Okay. And so the Bearcat that we can see in this photo that's horizontal across the road, is that a pretty accurate depiction of how close?
Yes, that was the line we got to.
Okay. And then at the same time you're moving closer, the Bearcats on the north side are moving south and getting closer to the van and the
They
Honda.
eventually do, yes.
Can you take a look at this photo? Do you recognize that to be a depiction of similar scene, but with the Bearcats both north and south having come closer to the van and truck?
Correct.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looks like at the time?
Yes.
And I will show it to the comments also. And then I would include it with that.
Oh, gotcha. Without objection, it will be marked as between them. And is that, just sort of see how to describe that, another sort of photo from we'll talk. Thank you.
Okay, so Trooper, I'm showing you what was just marked as Exhibit 29. And in this photo, we can see 2 of the Bearcats that have now moved closer on the south side of the van in the Honda, and the 3 Bearcats that are now moving closer on the north side. Is that right? And we can see that there are some SOC team members out and around the Bearcats on the south side,
Correct.
right? And is one of those Bearcats a Bearcat you were in, or were you still a little bit further behind?
No, those are the ones I was in.
And which one were you in?
So these people down here, it's actually probably more likely me. That's where I ended up next. This is a perfect example of my final position right here.
Okay. And so in your final position, you're pointing to the Bearcat on the left side. And once you got that close, you got out of the Bearcat?
We started to dismount, yes.
Okay. Showing you one more photo. You can take a look at that. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the Bearcats on the north side of the pickup and the van when they got as close as they were getting before they wrapped?
Yes.
Okay.
head office, this is a exhibit.
Exhibit 30, without objection.
So, you. Okay, so Trooper, this is the photo you were just looking at that shows the 3 north side Bearcats having gotten to kind of their final resting place. And in this photo, we also see several individuals outside, right?
Yes.
And okay, nothing further. You. So before you moved closer, when you were 300 feet away, at times in the Bearcat, you were getting updates about a crisis negotiator speaking to the person who was the leader of this group. Is that right? And some of those, and well, looking back up for a minute, you said you also made observations of personal observations of somebody walking around on their phone and communicating with the police. Is that right?
We didn't know who he was communicating with, but he was one person on the phone.
And was that the same person who was later sitting on the bucket?
Yeah.
And was that the same person who you helped kind of carry off during the arrest and on cross-exam identified as Mr. Leve?
Yes.
Okay. And so while you were getting some updates from the crisis negotiators, they were essentially filling you and other SOC team members in on what information they were learning. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so, for example, sometimes we would get information that Mr. Abdullah was moving around or opening the car or something like that.
Yeah, we didn't need to get information for that. We did plainly observe him doing everything he was doing.
Okay, but while you were watching, weren't you getting updates about that Mr. Abdullah was conveying to the crisis negotiator to avoid any thought that he might be about to grab a firearm?
Yeah. Basis. Officers. Which to be heard, it's right, sir. It's right, sir, do you wish to be heard?
Yeah. Remember, while we were in the Bearcat, making observations we've been talking about, at some point, you also learned that Mr. Abdullah was making live recording. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was on a YouTube channel.
Yes,
And you in fact watched some of those live recordings
we did.
while you were also making
Yes.
your personal observations, right?
Yeah.
And essentially, in those recordings, Mr. Abdullah was talking about what was happening with police encounters.
Judge.
Yes. Why it's not the same analysis?
Well, we don't have the total full issue. And there are other statements that have previously been specified. Not gonna ask for any more specific, anything more specific than what they.
Right. Here, that's it.
So, while you were in the Bearcat, you learned and watched some, live YouTube recordings made by Mr. Photographic.
Yes,
And, there were multiple recordings that you watched.
yes,
And you're also aware that throughout this entire encounter, the encounter itself, the police response was also being reported on news outlets.
I assume so.
And you said at some point, initially, Mr. Abdullah and the police were kind of shouting across distance at each other, right?
Yes,
And then at some point that turned into a phone conversation.
yes,
And so from the time you arrived around 3:30 until around the time of the arrest, fair to say that, the police were having off and on phone conversations with Mr. Abdullah that whole time.
yes,
And you mentioned that there were medics
yes,
at the scene. And I think you said there were some medics like that are part of the SOC team, is that right?
yes.
And were there other medics also there, or were they all the SOC team?
So we have members of the team that are EMT and paramedic qualified, but we also use UMass Worcester, their paramedic system, and they come along with the team as medics.
And so just to make sure I understand, was there a special request to have medics come to the scene at some point?
They always do with us.
Do you know if there were any special requests made for additional medics? So,
I don't know.
nothing for that, thank you.
Redirect.
We'll put 20, exhibit 20 in its objective. If I understand your testimony, Trooper Donovan, so exhibit 28 is sort of the Bearcats will be closer to get it.
Correct.
To sort of close the distance between the police on either end and the suspect's vehicle in the middle.
Yes, you can see the two black SUVs parked on the side. That's our first target. Down there on east side of the highway. That's our first target.
Down here.
Yes.
Okay. And you're just so clear to complete transcript. So you're indicating the southernmost SUV that here's in the center and the one that's to the right by the state police cruiser at the bottom right corner of the picture.
Correct.
So the other Bearcat now moving up to sort of close the gap.
Yes.
For lack of a better phrase. Exhibit 29 is those vehicles are now down here at the bottom of the picture, sort of fairly different.
Yes.
And these other ones up here came from whatever vehicle further north.
Correct.
Exhibit 30. It's just kind of a zoomed in picture of the northern vehicle at the top of the picture.
Correct.
Now at this point, exhibit 30, are you observing this from inside the Bearcat or are you standing outside?
I would probably say outside at this point.
The YouTube videos or the online videos that you were just asked about.
Yes.
Did you recognize any individuals in any of those videos?
We recognize the person, because one, we can see him in his phone doing them, and we were pretty much watching them, you'd watch them record it, and then you'd see the same video show up.
Okay. Do I understand you mean that they're basically recorded in like the selfie style where the person's holding the camera out?
A couple that I saw, yes.
Recognize that's still image of that photograph?
Yes, I did.
Who's that appear to be?
Thanks, Mr. Leonard.
Have you seen that image before?
Yes.
Where?
One during his videos and two before. Yes, for a picture, long time ago.
Okay. You recognize that to be from one of the videos?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate still from one of the videos?
It appears to be.
Or this is next to
Okay.
Without objection, the exhibit 31.
Sir, what's the left of the exhibit 31 sticker? That black object, do you recognize that?
That's a body cam.
It's a body camera? Okay. And do you recognize the tire the ladder wearing in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is tactical vest. He also had the helmet on that picture as well.
Nothing.
Recross? No recross from Mr. Gilday.
So, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Next witness, Commonwealth.
Commonwealth Paul Corbin.
Is he a sergeant?
He's a sergeant with the state police.
Please tell us where the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good I judge you, Sergeant Wall. You may proceed, please. Thank you.
Very accurate.
Yeah, room.
It's a nice, clear voice. Give the jury your name, spell your name for the record.
My name is Paul Morgan, spelling my last name Horgan.
You employed, sir.
Employed by the Mass State Police, currently assigned for state fire functions office.
And how long have you had that employment?
Over 30 years.
When did you first become a
The state police barracks in right at Peavy, Mass. On Route 1.
when was that?
That was 1992.
And for how long have you been assigned at the state fire marshal's office?
Since 1994, so over 30 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities in that?
In a nutshell, as a member of the law squad, we work with federal, state, local law enforcement, fire departments to mitigate any type of fire, explosion, or explosive type incident as needed. And in the event that it is determined that this event was caused by criminal design, continue to work with those departments to identify and prosecute the person responsible.
So dealing with explosives and then also arson investigations?
That's correct.
Were you working on July 3rd, 2020?
Yes, I was.
did there come a time that morning where you responded to the area of Wakefield on Interstate 95?
Yes, sir.
About what time did you respond?
I got the call at 3 a.m. and I responded immediately, arriving on scene probably no later than 3:30 a.m.
And when you responded, was there sort of a command post area where officers were meeting?
Yes, there was. Primarily at 148 northbound, just prior to the North Ave exit. However, they were also set up, because I came southbound on 148, they were also set up across the highway on 148 southbound.
Okay. Now, at that point, what did you observe on 95 from where you responded?
So I responded to where the SWAT team was set up, and they had vehicles set up, blocking the remainder of the highway so they could go no further. There were officers from state police on scene. There were also a couple of larger vehicles, Bearcat type vehicles, downrange from there.
And did you go further up to where the state police stop team and the Bearcats were further up highway?
I went to as far as the command post for the SWAT team, which was prior to the Bearcats, so I was right there where they were monitoring the drones and so forth.
And there come a time later that morning after 10 a.m. where you did something.
Yes.
What did you do?
At that time, we were asked to go downrange to inspect the vehicles that were downrange, which included a pickup truck and a minivan. And we were asked to deploy our canines as well as other bomb tech tools, if you will, to determine if there were any explosives or explosive precursors, anything of that nature, in either of the vehicles.
At that point, did you know what the contents of the two vehicles were?
I knew a little bit, not much.
Okay. And did you do this by yourself or with other officers?
Other officers, state, federal, and local.
Okay. As you approached, were you able to view both the van and the silver pickup truck vehicle in front?
Yes, I was.
In terms of checking, what was done to check out each vehicle?
The first thing that we did is through visual inspection, as well as with the use of explosive detection canines, we inspected the exterior perimeter of the vehicles. At that time, we observed a dog in one of the vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah,
so what was on the dog?
So there was a dog inside the minivan, and I would say, in my opinion, less than friendly. It was running around inside the van, barking, growling, running up and over the seats and all that stuff. So myself and another trooper entered the van in order to subdue the canine.
Ultimately, were you able to get the canine out of the vehicle?
Yes, we were.
Were you able to look at the contents of the van?
I did a cursory inspection at that time, and there was a lot of materials in there, as well as firearms, ammunition, things of that nature.
Okay. Now, at that point, if I understand your testimony so far, you're not there to collect the firearms. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. What did you do with the contents of the van at that time?
So we, once both the exterior of the vehicles were examined, determined to be safe, if you will, we then entered the van and we began removing some of the contents from the van in order to get a better look of what was inside the van.
And ultimately, what was done with those contents after you would check out the van?
They were laid out on the roadway in lines. And at that time, we deployed the canines once again, opened some of the items, including backpacks. There was camping materials, there was other materials in there. There were no alerts by the canines at that time. At that time, where it was needed, we conducted hand entries of some of these bags and, packages, if you will, that were in the van that had it laid out.
And what did you do with the stuff after that? Once all the materials have been examined on the road?
They all then, went back, subsequently went back, ended up back inside the van.
Okay.
We did the same thing to the pickup truck as well.
Okay. So same process with the contacts.
With the exception of not much came out of the pickup truck. We were able to examine what was inside the pickup truck without pulling it out and laying it on the street.
And with respect to the contents of the vehicles, did anything from one vehicle get put back into the other vehicle or vice versa?
No, not quite all.
So did everything that came out of whatever vehicle went back into that same vehicle?
That's correct.
Or I'm sure these accounts, I'm going to show you these. Those, tell me if you recognize what those are.
They're all photographs of the van as it was that morning. Example.
Each photograph is either a different doorway or a different view into the van. That's the accurate.
That's correct.
Fair and accurate depictions of what you saw when you looked at the van.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer these either stapled as one exhibit or sequentially as the next several exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection.
Objection.
Without objection, they'll be marked, unless there's a reason to stable them, I prefer to give them.
Okay.
Exhibit numbers.
That's fine. So it'll be
How many of them are there?
7.
Okay, so there'll be exhibits 32 through 38.
I'm going to just go through these with you quickly. Putting exhibit 32 on the projector. Can you see it on the monitor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where are we looking at 32?
That'd be a photo of the front of the van, miscellaneous food materials, lined up on the hood, the windshield level, and a couple of those overhead red light.
All right. Do you see the blue bucket to the right of the door?
Yes,
And there's some kind of police vehicle in the background here to the right of the photo?
yes, sir.
$33. What are we looking at? Exhibit 33.
That's, another view of the van from the driver's side, door open.
Okay.
An interior photograph of the front, portion of the van, front seats.
This is exhibit 34. We're looking in almost as if we're getting into the driver's seat.
Correct.
And You make out this object here.
The butt end of a, large capacity fire well.
Exhibit 35. Now on the projector. This is, what's the view taken from this photograph?
That's a view from, taken outside the passenger side of the same van. And now you get a better look at the, fire well that's leaning against the front seat.
Exhibit 36 is what?
That's the passenger side of the van with the sliding door open. Just another view of the van.
And exhibit 37. That appear to be the interior of the van.
That's a look, yeah, from the passenger side, once again, shooting back towards the rear of the van. And now, you see all the materials there piled up in the back.
And exhibit 38. See that?
Yes, sir, that's taken from the passenger side rear of the van through the sliding door. It shows some of the items on the floor.
You can see some items here in the center. See that? Pick that up.
It looks like a fire out the out of here.
Here, let me hand you these. You look. First of all, here. What you can make out.
Okay, that's another part of a fire out.
Projection, right?
Like partially,
Surgery, just 1 moment. Basis,
Would be heard?
yes. Jurors, we've gone and review over our stop time. So we're gonna stop here, take a recess, and we'll be at 1:35.
All right, you ready to we'll start with the front row, followed by back row. Please bring all your items.
Press briefing for recess.
Okay.
Okay, so you're on 1:35.
All right, Stu, enter. Get you seated for the back in session.
In the event that you may proceed.
Sergeant, when you first joined the state police, did you receive any training in using any types of firearms or what?
Yes, I did.
Would you tell us a summary?
It was 2-week course in how to handle and shoot various firearms, including at that time was 9mm handgun and also shotgun.
And since then, have you received any additional training in that area?
Yes, I have. With the state police, you have to qualify annually. And over my career, I handled 4 or 5 different firearms of various calibers.
And did you have any experience or training pertaining or sometimes grouped at long guns?
The long guns?
Yeah.
No, not specifically.
So you primarily you've been trained in use of essentially pistols.
Yes.
And I think if you're as a police officer, you have a pistol that is issued to you.
That's correct.
Now, is that one of the type of pistols where there's a cylinder that you put the rounds in, like a revolver, or is it a different type magnet?
No, it's semi-automatic with a referred to as a clip or magazine that holds the bullets.
Where does that loaded pistol that you?
Could you repeat that?
How does that magazine clip loaded to that?
It fits into the grip of the firearm and it feeds the firearm as you fire a pistol.
And that's something that's removable?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the pistol that you've been issued before, the handles of them, what can you tell us about the texture of those? Are they smooth and slippery, or do they have some kind of texture?
They have texture to them. Different.
I want to direct your attention to putting exhibit 38 on the projector. And if it helps, you could stand up by the television. It'll help you see better. You see this item up here in the pouch of the seat? You see that? The top right corner? Yes, you're okay. What, if anything, does that appear to you?
That is the back end of a pistol firearm tucked into the back of the
Okay, and down here, behind the this empty plastic cup, just above that, next to the red line, see that object right there?
right here.
Yes.
Yes.
And based on your training experience, what does that appear to be?
That would be a grip for a rifle.
Okay. And when you use the term grip, what is a grip?
That's the grip part that you would hit. The grip part.
Yes. Thank you. Let's take a look at those, go through them, please. Tell me if you recognize what they are.
So these are raw photos of the other vehicle, the pickup truck, the silver pickup truck that was also on scene.
Is that the one that was parked in front of the van?
Correct.
Okay. Fair and accurate depictions of the way it appeared to you when you and the other officers checked it out and checked the contents?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we're off of these. That's the next. That makes sense.
No objection.
Objection.
Without objection, they'll be marked. Testing my math here. So 39 through 45.
Let me have these marked and then we'll go through one at a time. Sergeant, maybe just so it's easier for you to see, maybe stand next to the television. Exhibit 39, I'm putting on the projector. What are we looking at here, sir?
This is the photo taken from the driver's side of the silver pickup truck.
Okay. And come back to the next photo. Exhibit 40, I'm putting on the projector now. What are we looking at?
This, again, passes on the driver's side of the pickup truck. Now getting into the truck itself with the front top.
Okay. And can you see this black object in the passenger seat?
Yeah.
I'll point it out. And everybody can see what I'm pointing at. This item here that's next to the foam sleeping roll. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, what is that here?
That's the back end of a firearm or long rifle.
Okay.
Objection, move to strike.
Oh, I can rephrase the question.
Okay.
No objection. Sorry.
So the juror will disregard the last answer. It's subject to a motion to strike. It's been stricken from the record.
Does that appear to be some type of long gun?
Yes.
Exhibit 41, which I've now placed on the projector. Are we now looking at basically the other side of the vehicle looking in?
That's correct.
Okay. And there's a backpack in the seat. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And appear to be some type of long gun here.
Yes, sir.
Put exhibit 42 on the projector. You could tell us from what position this is taken outside the pickup truck.
This also taken from the driver's side, now looking into the rear seat of the vehicle.
Okay. And exhibit 43. But there's a couple items on the floor. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And closer to the camera, you can see the black and gray object. That appear to be a long gun?
Yes, sir.
There's another black object sort of above that, towards the top right of the picture. Can you see that? We point it out. You see this object right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me now put exhibit 43 on the projector. Excuse me, I'll do 44 first. Are we now looking into the back seat basically from the other side?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see some objects on the floorboard area of the back seat? Black objects.
Yes, sir. Right here. Okay.
I'll now go to exhibit 43. This is same side of your rear, same side of the vehicle,
Yes.
slightly different angle.
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, exhibit 45. What are we looking at here?
now looking into the rear compartment of the pickup truck with the open bed with some containers of gasoline, as well as another back here. They just go cooler or another thing of gas.
You guys.
Ron, I have nothing further for Sergeant Moore.
Cross-examination, Mr. Thompson. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So, the time that you arrived on scene at the highway to the command, you didn't hear any gunfire, correct?
That's correct.
Putting exhibit 33 up on the monitor. Do you remember that photo from before the recess?
Yes.
I do see a red item draped over the driver's door.
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
What does it appear to be?
Yes.
It was some type of flag.
Can you describe what you can see on the flag, and you can get off the stand if you need to get a better look at it? Do you see what appears to be a flag?
This right here?
Yes.
With a symbol on it.
Yes. Does that appear to be a five-sided linear star in green?
I'm not sure.
Do you see a green symbol in the middle of that field, of that flag with a red field?
A green symbol?
Yes.
Is this green?
So you're the witness, what color do you think that is?
Looks white.
It looks white to you?
I'm just saying, yes.
Do you have any idea what that flag symbolizes?
No idea.
You can take a seat again. I'm putting exhibit 34 back up on the screen. Do you remember this from before the lunch break?
Well, what? Yes.
If you'd like, you can get off the witness stand again. And you said you pointed out what you believe to be a high capacity rifle there, correct?
Right here, yes, sir.
Right. So at no point did you ever examine that weapon to test its functionality, did you?
No, I didn't know.
Thank you. I have no further questions. I'll witness. Thank you.
Turn the wrestling code.
That can start us.
Yeah.
So the unit you are with that was deployed on July 3rd, is that the arson and explosion investigation unit? Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, under the state police.
Under the state police, but assigned to the state fire marshal.
Okay, and that you were working in that capacity when you responded to 95
Yes.
on July 3rd. Okay, and how many people are in that?
13. Well, the bomb squad, 13. There's probably approximately 32 troopers in the entire unit.
Okay, so what's the difference between, you said 13 in the bomb squad, what's the rest of that unit that gets up to
Well, they're explosion investigators. You have the investigators. I've done it all. I've done all of it. I still do. I'm certified to do both. So we have the fire marshal's office, which under the umbrella of my martial arts, but the investigators in the bomb squad. There are 13 bomb decks, and then there's the rest of the group is like 20 that's do the fire explosion investigation, minus a couple of command staff types.
Okay, and so when you responded to 95 on July 3rd, you were responding in your capacity on the bomb squad, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and when you got there, were there other troopers from the bomb squad already there?
I was the first one there, but I made calls to call in others.
Okay, and so by the end of your time on 95, had all 13 members of the bomb squad arrived?
No,
How many people arrived?
I thought it was over. We had 6 from the bomb squad, and then I called in outside agencies as well, including ATF, FBI, New Hampshire State.
And going back to you and your response, when you arrived, I know you mentioned you come with special equipment, right?
Correct.
And did you arrive? I know other people from the bomb squad also arrived at some point, but did you get there on your own?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have special equipment with you, or is that something you got?
Yes, I had special equipment.
And did you also have a special canine with you?
I did.
And that's the canine specifically trained related to detecting explosives and explosive devices?
That's correct.
Okay. And the other 6 members of the bomb squad who arrived, did they all come with a canine also?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And other than the canines that were there with the bomb squad, were there also canines there with other units of the state police and other police responders?
No, there was 6 canines total.
Okay. And when you first arrived, where did you go?
I went to 128 northbound with the CP for the SWAT team was.
And from where you were when you first arrived, could you see the van or the pickup truck?
I could see them off the distance, yes.
How far away were you from there? Okay. And how long did you stay in that area, a couple hundred yards away from the van?
Until approximately there at 3:30, I was there until approximately 10 a.m. with the exception of that's when the incident pretty much done. With the exception of leaving to go investigate a potential suspicious package.
Okay, so with the exception of that time that you went somewhere else, until the arrests were effectuated, you were about a couple hundred yards away.
Yes.
Okay. And so you mentioned you went somewhere else at some point. That was in response to a call about a suspicious backpack, is that right? And you went to investigate, right?
Yes, which wasn't that long.
Okay. And in fact, it was a hat, right? Not a backpack.
That's right.
Do you remember what that hat looked like?
I never saw the hat. They already collected it.
Okay, so you got there and found out basically false alarm.
Yes.
Okay. And you may have said this on direct exam. Who called you into the scene that day, that morning?
The call went from the SOC team, Cheryl to A2 headquarters, who then called. I was on call that weekend, so I got the call direct to Agent headquarters for the SWAT team.
Okay. And when you got that call, you got a little bit of information about what was going on?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then you got to the scene and got more information about what was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And from the information you were given to respond and once you were there, there was no information that anybody on the highway had made any sort of bomb threat. right?
Objection. Basis. Pause for your second. Minutes.
That information, there's no information conveyed to me at this point.
Okay, and essentially, as you understood it, you were called in as police were trying to figure out what was going on and kind of a precautionary measure, is that right?
Yes, in some of the specialized equipment I have, such as robots. Robotics is a good tool for gathering more additional information.
What are those special tools?
I'm sorry,
What is the special tool that you're talking about?
robotics.
Can you
I
explain?
carry 2 robots.
Okay, and are those robots meant to sort of be remote controlled going into scenes? But,
That's good.
okay, to look for what might be an explosive device or parts of explosive devices?
Could be explosive device, could be firearms, I mean, what they're looking for.
Okay, and what do those robots look like?
Oh, we have all different types. I have
Basis. Problems. I'll give you a little leeway. I'm not sure how significant an issue this is in the case, but it's a little leeway if you it generates relevant information.
So what do those robots look like?
So I have a medium, a platform robot that basically it's got wheels on it, if you will, and it's got a gripper so you can pick things up. It also has 4 cameras on it, 3 in the front, one that goes 360 up top. So it'd be good for gathering intelligence, picking things up, moving things around. And then I have another smaller platform that has 4 cameras on it, both sides, front and rear, that we would operate just for use to, as for the cameras alone, just to gather intelligence or information.
Okay, and while you were on scene, did you use either of those robots?
They were both deployed, that ready to go, but we did not use them in the course of the event.
Okay. So you spoke on direct exam about basically looking over the scene and those 2 cars after the arrest happened, right?
That's right.
And you did a pretty thorough search of those 2 cars looking for any sort of explosive device or explosive part, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you removed stuff from the van, right?
correct.
The van was packed, right?
Yes,
There's a lot of stuff in there. There were backpacks, right?
yes,
There were tents,
yes,
sleeping bags,
yes,
bags of food.
yes,
And so during your search, you described removing these items, laying them out, and then eventually putting them back in the car.
correct.
Okay. And some of these items, you did a little bit more of a hand search in some of the backpacks, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And who besides you was conducting those searches?
There were several officers from various agencies, including the FBI, APF, the Interstate Police, a few of my own guys. That's pretty much it. All law technicians, and K9 handlers.
And how many people would you estimate in total that was doing those searches?
8 or 9.
And how many canines?
We had 6 total on scene that day.
And what about when you were actually doing the searches of those cars? Were the canines with you during that time?
They were.
All 6?
They were on scene. I don't think we didn't need all 6 to do what we needed to do with the equipment coming out of the van.
Okay, but you had a few who were essentially sniffing around the cars and the items that you took out of the cars, right?
That's what we utilized the data for.
Okay. And no explosives were ever found, right?
Correct.
No explosive pieces or components were ever found, right?
That's correct.
And that means they weren't found on the highway or in the cars, right?
Correct.
And also you did some searches in other areas, like in the woods, right?
We did.
And also did some searching, in a different area where, 2 people were kind of separately arrested, right?
Right, basically from the location where the vehicles were discovered, from that location, approximately a mile away.
Okay, and so, in those areas as well, no explosives were ever found, right?
We did not find any, fire. These dogs are trained to play firearms as well as shell casings. And we did not find any of those. So, strictly wooded area, but we did not find it.
Okay, and, when you say shell casings, explain what you mean?
Shell casings being a fire, bullet that's fired that has residue on it from whatever type of powder is in the bullet.
Okay, so the dogs didn't find any shell casings or firearms, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and, in fact, well, I'll rephrase that. No, nobody was shot that day, right?
That's
Okay. Did you have any, direct contact with any of the men who were arrested?
no, I didn't.
Nothing further, thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further for Sergeant Morgan.
Sergeant, thank you very much. That concludes your testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
Next witness call. By the way, while we're switching witnesses, would it be a good time to, you had said you wanted to pass the exhibit,
Or maybe at the end of the day.
that's fine.
Christopher Keene, please.
Your Honor, can we be heard briefly?
May.
Or 5-pointed star in the middle. So because I take judicial notice of it, you must accept that that is true. That is that the flag of Morocco is the red flag with the green pentagram or 5-pointed star. You may proceed, counsel.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That means that the trooper is welcome. You may proceed, counsel. Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir. I'd like you to keep your voice up so that everybody in the room can hear you. Could you give us your full name, please, and spell it for the record?
Christopher Keene, K-E-E.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts.
How long have you had that appointment?
About 6 years.
What training have you undergone in your employment as a trooper, both initially and since then?
State Police Academy, 6-month academy that covers everything from criminal procedure, criminal law, motor vehicle law, drug identification, speed enforcement, things of that nature. Since then, did a couple different extra trainings in terms of drugs and interdiction, criminal identifications.
And what assignments have you had from the state police that you've been a trooper?
Division of Field Services, I worked, I broke in at Medford. I been sent to Sturbridge for a couple of years, and I went back to that. Since then, I'm in the Division of Field Services now, currently assigned with the State House Investigation, State House Protection Section.
Okay. And then the break-in, that's the 6 months after the troopers graduate the academy, they're riding with the more experienced troopers, is that right?
It's 3 months. It's a month with, usually typically 3 other troopers will do a month on the day shift, the month day shift.
And, were you working as a trooper on July 3rd, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And did you respond somewhere on the morning of July 3rd?
Yes.
Where did you respond?
Initially, was called in for some overtime. I was dispatched over to the 93 and 95, but it was split, yeah, 93 north of 95.
Okay. And at that time, were you assigned to a position within the state police that was a uniform patrol position or a investigative service type?
It would be uniform patrol. That's it.
Okay. And after 10 a.m. that morning, did you go somewhere?
Around that time, we were sent up towards the command post.
Okay. When you got to the command post, could you describe what the surroundings were and what you observed?
There were multiple law enforcement vehicles there, some Bearcats that SWAT team uses, not the tactical teams.
Okay.
There was an ambulance on standby.
And after that, was there a point in which you moved further north after the command post towards where the Bearcats and the stopping group?
Yes.
What did you do when you got to that location?
I was sent up to that scene to basically transport a person.
Okay. When you got there, was there one person there or more than one person?
There was more than one.
Okay. Can you describe where they were positioned on the roadway?
There's several people positioned in the median, the barrier between the road itself.
Standing or sitting or what?
They may be a combination.
Okay. Do you recall how these individuals were dressed?
They were dressed in sort of gray military army fatigue, if you would. So then tactical vest.
Respect to one of these individuals, did you have occasion to interact with that individual? So, with respect to one of those individuals, was there one of those individuals you interacted with more than the others?
Yes. Yes.
And tell us what you did with that individual.
Well, at that point, they were already in custody, and so my assignment was to basically put them in my patrol car and then take them to the barracks before. That it's around the day requested EMS at that point. At that point, EMS came up and requested an ambulance.
Okay. And the individual that you were going to transport before EMS had to get involved, how was that individual?
Sick. Military fatigues.
Okay. And all right. You said EMS got involved. What did you observe happen?
He's just trying to get us holding. Torn cut from his body, basically, so the general approach by the sword into 59. That was part of the put on the stretcher.
Okay. While you were there, did you see any wounds of any kind on that person?
Also,
Okay. So that person went into an ambulance, if I understand you?
yes,
And did you stay with the ambulance?
I called the ambulance to the hospital.
Which hospital was that?
With the lady girl.
Okay. And when you went there, were you directed or did you find the place where your arrestee was staying?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make any observations about that arrestee's physical condition?
You're good, fine.
About how long were you in the hospital with him?
Hour.
Okay. Did there come a point where this person was discharged? Yes. Okay. And, what did you do with that person at that time?
Oh, when they're discharged, we walk them out, put them in my cruiser, seatbelted them, drove them to, State Police campus.
Okay. Now, the term booking, what does that mean?
Booking was, photographs, fingerprints, and then basically just, information on the suspect, name, date of birth, like weight, address, biographical.
So it's all biographical identifying information.
Yes.
You mentioned a minute ago that it involves photographs. Do I understand you mean that you take pictures of the person's face?
Yes.
Okay. And fingerprinting, that also happens with booking?
Yes.
Is booking something that you're trained on when you become a trooper?
Yes.
What about the fingerprinting part?
Yes.
The individual that you were asked to transport, were you able to identify that person through the booking process?
Yes.
What was the name that this person was identified as?
So on down.
Okay. Did you take a photograph of the person?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a couple numbers first.
Showing you this. Do you see what I'm showing you here? See, this appears to be a subpoena. Yes. Yeah. And it appears to be addressed to New York State Department of Motor Vehicles. Okay. And showing you a subset of the documents that I just showed you. Take a minute, look through those, tell me if you recognize what those are. Good. Photographs. Okay. In those photographs, do you recognize the person that you looked? Yes. And part of the photographs is other information from the DMV for that person. See that? Yes. Your Honor, we go to the sidebar.
Conventional sidebar.
You gonna say it?
Marked to this packet presentation. Actually, with more sidebar comments.
Packet will mark exhibit, P? Yeah, exhibit P right now.
But this could be marked as an exhibit.
That would be,
Subject to redaction.
subject to redaction of 1546.
Showing you exhibit 46, page 2. See the photograph of the gentleman in the red fez? Yes. You recognize that gentleman? Right. Who was it? Same person you booked? Yes. Okay. For the record, can you give us, according to the ERDMB, what that person's date of birth is? So 8/24/1986. Okay. With an address of what? 8 Garrison Avenue. Okay, Brooks. And ERDMB on this page. See that there's also handwritten DMV application forms contained in this packet. Yes, they appear to be for the same person. Yes. Okay. And the last page, do you see what purports to be a document changing the name of somebody named Jamil Lamar Dow to Jamil Russell Bay?
Objection.
Based on our sidebar, same information in sidebar
No.
basis.
The questions we put to the witness are about a document separately admissible. He's essentially just being asked to read information from paper in front of him.
Do you see elsewhere in the documents that thereafter the DMV refers to that person as Jamil Russell? Yes. And a minute ago, you read the date of birth of the DMV printout. Is that different or the same date of birth you got for the book?
Objection.
Basis.
It's an availability exception now.
Not there.
For you exhibit 26, excuse me, 24. Recognize anybody in exhibit 24? Which individual do you recognize?
The gentleman booked, found out.
Okay, and I'm gonna put it on the projector so the jury can see it too. If you could stand up next to the television and point out which gentleman you booked that you've identified as Lamar Thal. Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
It's gonna be this gentleman, right, Anson?
Right, so for the record, he's standing up, he's standing next to the gentleman with a black garment on, and the gentleman you're pointing to kind of has both hands up with his palms facing the camera. That be accurate?
Yes.
Yes. Earlier, I asked you about the specific date of birth from the booking. I think your answer was you didn't recall the exact date of birth. Is that, do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you book a person, is there some kind of document that's created with the booking information?
Yeah, what's we call a booking sheet, data sheet.
Okay. And the information used to book the person that go on that sheet?
Correct.
We're looking at that, refresh your memory as to what date of birth you discovered during the booking process?
Yes.
Okay. What I'd like you to do is just read this over to yourself. Take as much time as you need. Tell me if that refreshes your memory and look up and make it feel ready. Just read it to yourself. Does that refresh your memory as to the date of birth?
Yes.
What was it?
8/24/1986.
I'm going to show you a set of documents. Staging. And all I'd like you to do is tell me if you recognize that to be some other form of booking documents.
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize the individual depicted in it?
I do.
How do you recognize that person?
It's the gentleman I booked.
Okay, that's Lamar Thal. Okay, but just ask Lamar for identification.
Would be exhibit Q for identification.
Thank you. Describe photographing this individual at a state police barracks. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay, sure.
Let me just show you this photograph. Take a look at it yourself. Normally, when you take booking photographs of a person, what position is the person in the photograph?
Verbally head on.
Okay. Sometimes from the side as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to get a full frontal picture of Mr. Dow during the booking process? Okay. And what have I put before you? What is that?
This is the one that's used.
Okay. What position is he depicted in this photograph?
This side is this. All the right side.
Did you turn him or did he turn himself?
No, he turned himself.
Cover this tonight.
Can I just make a note on record on blister device?
Yes.
To the extent that you heard testimony that Mr. Dow turned his head during the booking process being photographed, you may not consider that conduct as in any way bearing on the guilt or innocence of defense before you, in this case, Mr. Laffer, Mr. Mr. Perez, Lucia L. It's not relevant. How Mr. Dow may or may not have conducted himself before is not relevant to the case against these two defendants. You may proceed. Thank you.
Let me just mark that photograph we just discussed for identification. I put before you another photograph. Recognize who was depicted in that photograph? Yes, sir. Who's that? Okay. That a fair and accurate depiction of his appearance when you saw him, but for some of the clothing? Yes, sir.
No objection beyond what was just discussed.
No objection.
Right, it would be exhibit 47.
Thank you. I'll publish exhibit 47 briefly. You may.
And counsel, just I'm not sure who ordered, but I think it's a good idea that the photo that was submitted by construction instructions aren't exhibit R for identification.
Thank you. All I have for our trooper team.
Cross-examination, Mr. Thompson.
No cross-examination from Mr. Fiddleday.
Mr. Isler. No.
No cross-examination.
Trooper, that concludes your testimony. Thank you very much. You're excused. Thank you. Next witness, come on.
Now we'll call Carol Souza.
Let's run on the way up right now.
Jurors, if you want to take an opportunity to stand and stretch while we're waiting, please feel free. While we're waiting, we can ask this, jurors. I contemplated sort of wrestling with whether to take a brief after the recess or just go through a floor. Is there anybody who would benefit from a brief recess? Please feel free to let me know. Seeing no answers, we ask in the boardroom any of the participants in need of a recess. Thank you, Mr. J.
Do you sound this way the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Good afternoon, Trooper.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
May proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
A nice clear voice. Would you give the jury your full name and be sure to spell it for our record?
My full name is Harold Peter Souza Jr. and the last name is SOVCIT.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a trooper with Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you had that employment?
6.5 years.
And what is your current assignment? What unit are you in?
So I'm currently in the certification unit.
What did you do before that?
Before that, I worked patrol at the Metro Barracks.
How long were you with the Medford Barracks?
I'm approximately 5.5 years.
And so I take it you graduated from the Academy of New Braintree when you first joined the state police?
Yes, sir.
Were you working as a trooper on July 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was your assignment that morning?
So that morning, I code 5, so saying I was on duty for the shift, and I was sent to a special assignment that day.
Okay. Where were you then?
I was sent to ramp closures. It was at Route 28 to 93 northbound in Stone.
And how long were you there approximately?
Approximately 3.5 hours.
And around 10 o'clock in the morning, did you go someplace else?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
I went to a location 95 northbound in Wakefield.
And when you got there, what did you observe in the surroundings?
There were numerous state police cruisers and other cruisers as well as other police apparatuses, and there were ambulances there. There was a large police presence.
And were you directed to a particular area?
Yes, sir. There were alignment cruisers that were there to transport numerous detainees.
Okay. And did you take note of any particular detainees at this point?
Yes, sir. There was one that I was assigned to transport. His name was Aaron Johnson.
These individuals, how were they dressed?
They were dressed in military fatigues, so they had top and bottom that were like camouflage uniforms. The one that I had assigned me had ballistic vests on.
Okay. And when in terms of where they were when you arrived, were they in the road or were they in median or?
The only one that I know about is the one that I was assigned to transport. He was in the road. He was right by an ambulance at the time that I was taking control of him.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
So at that point, he was escorted to the rear of my cruiser. The ballistic vest and other knee pads and elbow pads were removed from him. He was placed in the cruiser at that time.
And what did you do with the knee pads and the ballistic vest and all those things you described?
They were placed in the passenger side of my cruiser for evidence.
And after that, where did you take him?
At that point, he was transported to the Andover Barracks in Andover.
Once you got there, was there a booking process you underwent first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And generally, or what is the booking process that you have to?
So you go through a series of standardized questions that you ask them their name, where they're from, you take the photograph, as well as you take their fingerprints.
Johnson, you booked or began the booking process at Andover, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of that process involved photograph.
Yes, sir.
Was that done with Mr. Johnson?
It was.
So you this? Right.
Yes, sir. That is Mr. Johnson.
And who took that photograph?
Sir.
Okay. Fair and accurate depiction of the way he looked at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So smart.
Objection, I'd like to be heard.
Part of the photograph problem. You should generate exhibit S for identification. where I'm showing you. You see these appear to be two sets of booking documents. See that?
Yes, sir.
You see at the bottom, it says a true copy attest.
Yes, sir.
And each of them, on the front of them, has a photograph of an individual. See that?
Yes, sir.
Who's the individual in the photograph?
That individual's Aaron Jones.
And mark these both for identification.
It's T and U for identification.
Part of the booking process, were you able to get the date of birth and an address for Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall off the top of your head what that address and date of birth were?
I do not.
Basis.
Compound, and then same objection from earlier of the second half of the question.
Okay. I can rephrase.
Compound.
Address and date of birth.
Both rule on both fronts.
I think you're right. Do you remember those things off the top of your head?
I do.
When you spoke to Mr. Johnson, was there a document that was created memorializing the information obtained during the booking process?
Yes, sir.
And is that process based not only on talking to the person, but also fingerprinting?
Yes, sir.
Would it refresh your memory to review that document?
Yes, sir.
You could please read this to yourself. Take as much time as you need. Tell me if that refreshes your memory as to, first of all, the address for Mr. Johnson. What address were you able to discover the booking process?
12031 White Street, Detroit.
What about his date of birth? Does that refresh your memory as to the date of birth?
Yes, sir.
Date of birth.
It was May 29th, 1992.
And the Mr. Johnson's clothing and his ballistic vest that came with him to the Andover barracks. What did you do with those things?
So that was all removed, prohibited, and placed into evidence.
Now, while you were at Andover, was there a second individual you had occasion to do the booking process for?
Yes, sir.
First of all, let me show you the first of three documents. Recognize the photograph I placed before you?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
That is up on the other.
How do you know that?
That is the other individual that I booked while I was at the Andover barracks.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how he appeared during that process?
Yes, sir.
Listen to this.
No objection.
I don't think I have an objection, but I can see which,
Sure.
what we're talking about. No objection.
The objection will be marked exhibit 48.
hand you two photographs. With respect to, first of all, before we talk about Mr. Al-Karat, with respect to Mr. Johnson, during the booking process, what was your vantage point?
During book,
Yes.
I was very,
Okay. And how long did that process take?
anywhere from a half hour to an hour, so long, depending on how cooperative, the.
Objection,
It's
move to strike.
depending on how cooperative. That the
Sorry.
part, are you objecting to the part where it says depending on how cooperative? Oh,
And it's indoors, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you exhibit 22. Can you tell me if you recognize any of either of the two individuals that you booked in exhibit 22?
Yes, sir.
Both individuals.
Both individuals, sir.
Which individuals?
Aaron Johnson and Amon Cooper.
And then I'd like you to stand by the television so you can show the jury. I'm gonna put this on the projector. Exhibit 22. We'll zoom in just a little bit. Who is the individual you refer to as Mr. Johnson?
This is Mr. Johnson.
The individual in the center top of the photo with the red vest on?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated second person you recognize.
Yes, sir.
Where?
Down here, Amon Cooper.
Okay, and that's the person, it's almost like he's looking at the bottom of the photograph,
Yes.
bottom right. Okay, and I'm gonna
put anybody on the spot, but can we get a spelling for Amon?
do you recall the spelling off the top of your head?
I believe it is ABAN and then EL space CURRAGH.
Okay. And I'm gonna put one more exhibit up. I think this is 21B. Mr. Al-Karat in this photograph.
Some of them are, I can't really see.
Let me show you the photo itself.
Your Honor, we'd object at this point.
Basis.
Can we confirm the list for tonight?
And what, if anything, do you observe about his clothing and garments in this photograph?
The ballistic vest he has on, it's and it's the only one with the webbing style straps.
Okay. When you interacted with Mr. Al-Karat during the booking process in Andover, again, same booking room that you described earlier with Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Same lighting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Same distance in terms of between you and Mr. Al-Karat?
Yes, sir.
Show you just a couple other things. Start before you, two documents. Can you see that they appear to be two sets of booking documents?
Yes, sir.
Can you see at the bottom that have the stamp that says a true copy attest and there's a signature there?
Yes, sir.
There's a photograph on the first page of both sets of documents. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Is there, do you recognize the individual in that photograph?
I do.
Who is it?
That is a bond out.
Your Honor, I would ask to mark these both for identification at this point.
There would be exhibits B and W for identification.
When you did the booking process with Mr. Al-Karat, part of that process entailed obtaining a date of birth and an address for the person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recall The date of birth you were able to obtain during the booking process for Mr. Albino, correct?
Objection.
Same objection.
Yes.
I do.
And looking at the booking sheet that you generated, refresh your memory at that point.
Yes.
Just before I let just read it to yourself. Look up here when you're ready. What was the date of birth?
It was April. Sorry.
Did your memory remain exhausted after having looked at the booking sheet?
Yes.
Okay. When you generated the booking sheet, did you do it at a time that the information was fresh in your mind?
Yes.
Did you do it accurately?
Yes.
It
has several.
Okay. I'm going to hand you back the booking sheet. You can just read us the date of birth.
It is April 12th.
Okay. Let me take that back. Now, did you also discover an address for him during the booking process?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what that was?
Yes.
What was it?
It was 3318 Perry Ave.
Show you two more things. First thing I'm putting before you. See, this appears to be a subpoena.
Yes.
Who's it directed to?
New York State Department of Labor.
And you see that it's got a packet of documents attached to it.
Yes.
Okay. But it has to mark this for identification.
Mark it.
X for identification. And to be clear, whose DMV information is it seeking?
Aaron Jimenez.
Okay, and what's the date of birth?
The date of birth is April 12th, 1994.
And you put before you some documents taken out of that larger packet of documents. You see that they have various points, certifications from the New York State DMV.
Yes.
On the driving abstract as well, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would offer these as the next exhibit.
Same objection as before.
And same objection as well.
Okay, objections noted, there'll be exhibit 49, subject to election.
Looking at the first two pages of exhibit 49, there are two photographs. One listed as taken in 2015 in May, and one listed as August 12, 2015. See those?
Yes, sir.
You recognize the individual picked in those two photographs?
I did.
With
It looks like just on our area.
okay. And you see the driving abstract from the New York State DMV for that person in the photographs. Can you give us the name listed with New York State DMV?
Yes, sir. The name listed is Aaron Jimenez.
Okay. What's the address?
The address is 33 East Montreal Parkway, 5B, Bronx, New York.
Yeah. And what's the date of birth?
The date of birth is April 12, 1994.
On this is the 5th page at the bottom, it says address history. Do you see another address besides that Marshall Parkway address?
Yes, sir.
What's that address?
That address is 3318 Perry Ave, New York, New York.
Okay. Same address you had in both?
Yes, sir.
Then you see the last 2 pages appear to be handwritten applications.
Yes, sir.
Now you're describing on the picture the vest and the peculiar webbing on the side of Mr. Levon Alcaraz vest.
Yes, sir.
During the booking process, what was done with that vest?
I was placing that.
Okay. And ultimately, you know where it ended up?
I don't know, sir. I believe it went with Middlesex State Detective Unit.
And the content of the vest. Did you take anything out of the vest and put anything into it that hadn't been there when it was first presented to you?
No, sir.
During your time in booking, did you locate for Mr. Aaron Johnson any firearms ID cards or license to carry firearms in or on his person?
No, sir.
What about for Mr. Levon Alcaraz?
No, sir.
Nothing further for.
Cross-examination,
None from Mr. Abdullah.
stress or Cullen. Raise their hands.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
When you did the booking for Mr. Avon L. Farad, he did have some identification card on him, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. He had a Moorish national identification card, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And a Moorish national identification and tax card.
I don't recall what cards were on there. I wasn't the one who located them. They were handed to me during the booking process.
Okay, so somebody else located them and then handed them to you.
Yes, ma'am. At least the Moorish ID.
Can I just have a moment, Your Honor? Photographs. Do you recognize those to be the 2 ID cards that you were handed in relation to Mr. Avon Al-Farah?
Yes, ma'am. Again, definitely the Moorish ID. I don't recall I had seen the tax card, but if it was handed to me, then this is an accurate depiction.
Well, so it sounds like you remember seeing the Moorish ID card.
The Moorish national, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you remember whether you were handed a second ID card and you just don't remember what it was, or you don't have any memory?
I don't recall ever seeing the second card.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I would move to investigate one of these books.
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, being exhibit 50.
And officer, when you did the booking for Mr. Aaron Johnson, he also had some identification cards on hand. Is that right?
Yes.
He had a student ID card from the Moorish Heritage History School. Recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And he had a travel card.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that? other packet of photos. Could you please take a look and just look up when you're done? Officer, are those copies of the or photographs that you see the identification cards that Mr. Aaron Johnson had on him at the time?
If you look here with the same name, it's a little tough because his photo was on me, but these are kind of like black out, it can't be upstairs in the photographs.
Okay, so are you, so whatever your answer is what it is. Are those accurate depictions of the cards that you received, or you can't tell from the book?
Yeah, everything looks accurate except it is tough to make out photo, because the page is blended.
Okay, so I've just got to ask you in as clear a way as I can. Do you recognize those to be copies of the identifications that Mr. Johnson had on?
Yeah.
And Your Honor, I would choose this.
Objection.
Objection.
That objection will be to 51. Is it a packet? Is it stapled? Okay, so the full packet. Is 51, full page.
And no further questions. Thank you.
Be right.
Nothing further from through.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Next witness, Ronald.
Robert Halliday.
Stop right here. Where's the part? Yeah, right.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do. Howley? Officer Howley. Officer Howley, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. A nice clear voice, so everybody back there can hear you. Give us your full name, spell it for the record.
Officer Robert Halliday, H-A-L-A-T-A-Y.
And are you employed?
Yes, Wakefield Police Department.
How long have you been at Wakefield Police Officer?
About 13 and a half years.
And what is your assignment currently?
I work for Shoal Communication.
Were you working on the morning, July 3rd, 2021?
Yes, it was scheduled to come in at 7:30.
Did you end up coming in a bit earlier?
I did, yes.
What caused you to come in early?
I received a phone call from dispatch around 3:30.
After receiving that phone call, where did you go?
I responded to the station.
The police station. Okay. You then talked to the dispatcher at the station.
I did.
From there,
From the station, I went to Rhode Island.
when you did that, were you operating a marked or unmarked police group?
Patrolling marked police group.
That means you were patrolling the unit.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Where on North Ave did you go to?
I went to the Jackson Light Department, which was located at 480.
We're gonna put a map on the projector. If you could just get it located, if you could just indicate to the jury where that is. We show you the map up close first, so if you're worried yourself, you can let me know when you're ready. We'll put it on the projector. Good. Put it on the projector. If you can just, you can walk to the television and show the jurors where we're talking about. Right, so you've indicated the bottom right border of the screen. There's a long sort of rectangular building along a road there. That's a good point.
Yes, correct.
So that's the light building?
Yeah, Wakefield gas.
Okay. You can resume the stand, sir. Okay. What did you do with that location?
I was just in the air, looking to see if anyone fit the description that was given. Popped up anyone in the side streets.
Okay. So you're keeping a lookout.
Correct.
Okay. Did there come a time around 6 a.m. when something drew your attention?
Yes.
What happened at 6 a.m.?
Two individuals were jogging by me as I was facing my cruiser toward North Ave. And they fitted the description of the individual we were looking for.
Okay. Can you describe how the two individuals were dressed?
Yes, one male had a long sleeve green army fatigue shirt, blue shorts. And the other individual had on a green army fatigue, we had green army fatigue long sleeve shirt, his green army fatigue pants.
When you say a booty hat, what does that mean in terms of physical description of that?
What would I describe it? The run goes all the way around. Drop strength, good condition.
Right, and it's sort of a flexible cloth material.
Correct.
Where did these two pass by you in relation to where you were meeting? How far were they from you, and are they running, perpendicular to you or diagonal or what?
They were probably about 40 to 50 feet from me.
Okay.
And they were running inbound, North Ave. I'm sorry, jogging.
Got it.
Yes.
On that map, still on the projector, it looks like there's a whole series of buildings, parking lots along there. So were you kind of backed in off the side?
Yeah, there was.
When these two individuals jogged past in their camouflage clothing, were there other people on the streets at that point?
There were not.
Okay. So what did you do with that?
At that point, as they jogged by me, I slowly made my way out of that driveway. I turned right into North Ave, but I kept my distance at the same time.
Okay. You're still in your cruiser?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, further down North Avenue, were you aware of whether there were other police officers?
Yes.
Okay. How so?
The command post was set up probably maybe 100 yards from that on the left.
Okay. And is this a Wakefield Police Command Post or State Police or what?
I believe it was an M1 command post.
All right. So that's a group of multiple cities and towns that are all part of one organization.
Correct.
So they had their own little command post.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So as you pull out, what do you do with that?
Again, I kept my distance, and I made a call to dispatch the two individuals jogging inbound North Ave.
Okay. And then
at that time, I turned on my lights and a little short burst of my siren to get their attention.
okay. Did you observe any change in the individual movement or behavior?
After I did that, they stopped.
What did you do?
I exited my cruiser and I told them to stay, keep your hands where I can see them. Just stop.
Okay. Did they comply?
They did.
Okay. Are they still facing Wakefield at this point?
They're facing.
Okay. And what did you observe about their appearance, in addition to the clothing you've already described?
They appeared out of breath, disheveled, and wet.
Okay. Male, female, what?
Both males.
Okay. Can you recall their hair, any descriptions about their appearance?
Other than they were just wet and disheveled.
Okay. At this point, were you still by yourself in terms of police?
Yes.
Did you give them any instructions?
I said, just keep your hands where I can see them and don't move.
Where were you standing in relation to the group?
I was probably up by the front, but the front left panel right behind there. The front.
And did you have your department issued pistol with you that night?
I had it with you.
Yeah. Where was it?
At that time, it was
okay. So then what happened after you gave that initial instruction?
I asked where they were coming from, how long they've been out.
And what, if anything, were you told?
One individual stated they were out for a jog, they've been out there for an hour.
What happened after that?
At that time, I advised them to keep their hands right, see them, don't move, and one individual's right hand started to come down towards the right side of the body.
Which individual was that? Was that blue shorts or the other person?
Blue shorts.
And so, observing that, what if anything did you do?
That time, I was very my safety. They fit the description of who we were looking for. They were close to where the incident was taking place. Awfully armed, and I was outnumbered, so at that time I drew my firearm.
Drew it in a position to come.
I had it already.
If you could stand up and just give us an idea of what it means to have your service weapon at the low right. So it's essentially pointing down and saying, correct. What happens at that?
At that time, I told them to keep your hands where I could see them, and I advised them to sit down on the curb.
At that point, did you become aware of any other person moving toward you?
Officers from the command post were making the way to the location.
About how many?
A lot.
Okay. Were you inside the command post?
No, I was not.
You weren't inside of it?
Oh, I wasn't inside. I was.
Not inside.
No, I wasn't inside.
That was late in the day. So as you're standing there, what happens as the officers get close to you?
As the officers made their way towards me, I had one individual at a time stand up, keep your hands in the air, turn around, leaving the handcuffs across the stage.
Okay. And did that happen with both individuals?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything to discern whether either individual was armed?
You referred to, I'm sorry.
Did you do anything to discern whether either individual was armed?
Yes, we did have personal weapons.
What does it mean to that person?
Just take your hand and just pat it down the inside and pull it.
Okay. And which individual did you do that to first?
Blue shorts.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you know during that person?
A firearm was located.
Okay. Did you note anything about that individual's upper body?
He's wearing body.
Now, at this point, is another officer assisting you?
Yes.
Is the blue short individual with his front to you or his back to you?
His back.
Okay. So, how is it that you discovered the body armor?
She had no.
Okay. And then what, if anything, did you do after it was discovered that this person was armed?
The gentleman I was with, the officer, he brought him down to his knees. And that time, that's when I started my pat risk. Right side of the body.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you find?
In the right pocket, there was a magazine, ammunition, box cutter, like a portable radio.
Okay. Now, the other individual is still right nearby, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What was done with the body armor from the blue shorts?
It was taken off.
Okay. And did you transport that person to the police station?
I did not.
Who did that?
A mass state.
Did you wait with that individual while state police came to pick him up?
I did.
Was the other individual also detained with you as well?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. What about that person? Did you see whether any garments or items were taken off in the second?
I believe it was body armor behind him or next to him, that area.
As these things are being removed from the two individuals, is it being taken away from the scene or is it sort of right near them?
It was right now.
And were you there when state police arrived?
I was.
And were you there when the officers collect these individuals and go. Yes. The magazine that you recovered, that go with state police with the individual that you recovered it from? Absolutely. So on the, we still have the map on the projector. This green area, you can stand over by the television. This green area between 95 northbound and where North Ave is right here. See that? Yeah, right here. Are you familiar with the any of the terrain in that green area? Meaning, is it field? Is it forest? Is it swamp? What is swamp? All right, so wetlands. Yes. Okay. You can. The when you were on patrol at 6 a.m., you testified earlier there were no individuals walking around apart from the two that jogged past. Okay. Were you aware of whether that road was open at the time? At the time. Okay. Do you know why that road was out? The personnel one. Okay. Was that essentially a shelter place for her? Correct. Nothing further for Officer Halliday. Cross-examination.
No cross-examination from Mr. Ability.
Matter may be heard.
So Halliday, we're going to pause your testimony here for the day. I'm going to ask you to be back for tomorrow. Sorry, 1 second. He did not say that. It has to be for Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock. So your excuse. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Members of the jury, I think at this point, one of the court officers is going to pass around the exhibit. So exhibit 27. And if it would help you, you should feel free to over 27 like, but if anybody would like consistent with the court officer to hold it for them or help them hold it, just let the court officer know, they'll be happy to do that. Members of the jury, at this point, given the hour where we are on the Friday, since the hearing today, I need to remind you of the instructions that are on you each day. We continue to apply for the regulatory service. Before I do, just bear in mind that as I correct myself, you're not sitting tomorrow. Tomorrow yourselves. Wednesday morning, we'll ask you to be here before 9 o'clock. And bear in mind on Wednesdays, later, people leave here no later than 3. Very much a bit of early release on that day. We continue not to discuss this case or the evidence that we're expecting here in this case with anybody, including each other, till the end of the trial with your deliberating or deliberating jury. Even then, we'll be here informed deliberating. As you know, discussions that are off limits do not be face-to-face conversations, phone calls, but importantly, they must continue not to use cell phones, tablets, or other devices to text, chat, email, tweet, blog, post anything about this case in social media, other media, or anywhere else. Must continue to have no communication whatsoever with where's the parties, the witnesses in the case, and they have no other restricted order to have no communication with you. We must also continue not to read, watch, or listen to any coverage about this case, traditional media, social media, or anywhere else. Bear in mind my instructions: if you are exposed to anything, first of all, do your best to minimize the information that you take about the case. Second of all, don't mention anything about your exposure to your fellow jurors. Rather, waiting for your next court officer, let them know that you need to speak with them private and tell them what it is you've been exposed to, so they can let you know there's an issue that I need to address. Please continue not to do any research or investigation of this case, but allow anyone else to do so for you. Most importantly, don't use Google or any other search engine, online or research tool, or any other research tool to look at anything about the trial, the case, all in. So with that, I hope you enjoy a day away from the trial tomorrow. We'll see what's.
All right, we'll start with the front row, followed by back row. Please bring your items.
Seated in this court study session. Counsel, anything you need to address before we recess for the day?
I had a very quick procedural question just about the 2 R&B records that have, well, DMV records that have been admitted. Just want to understand whether the parties, so we submitted ones that are electronically redacted, which is far superior to normally going Sharpie whiting out. If there's going to be additional redactions, I just ask sort of, and I'm happy to make them. Just want to know if the parties prefer me to make them electronically the same way and then essentially resubmit a new version, or do we keep the exhibit as it is now, since it's subject to redaction? I just want to know sort of guidance from anyone about what they would prefer.
I'll take it the former way. That way it's a nice, clean presentation.
Yeah, I think that makes sense also, and yeah, we can discuss more about that, but I think it makes sense to have it all be electronic.
We want to mark the versions that are currently, if they've been marked as exhibits subject to redaction. Oh, you know what we'll do is once you have a final version, we will substitute the final version for the versions that are here, mark those the current versions for ID, so we can see what was initially submitted, and then we'll see if the court can see the added redactions after that.
Great.
And final want to do that electronically is far.
Yeah, and final piece, can I get permission to take those exhibits?
Yes.
So that I can work on.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Yeah, just make sure they all get it back. So, but I know you know that. Anything else?
Just I know we're waiting to hear what the Commonwealth's plan is for Wednesday. I don't know if we want to do that now or if we could do it after.
You can do it offline. It's fine. And I am very hopeful of having a draft of the final written instructions to you sometime tomorrow, so you can look at them hopefully that'll narrow, I mean, obviously there may be additional instructions that are needed. Okay. The thing I'm most interested in is your opinions about this, the instructions on the substance. The rest of it is easier. It's not as complex. But be on the lookout for that. I'll send them this note for see everybody on Wednesday.
What? All rise.
Let's